Hey, Chad. How's it going? Welcome on the stream. Oh, I forgot my lights actually. I just realized. Alright. Better. Morning, Lothric, Stiggy, Metabolic, Patrick, Boogie, Legitax, Causality, Holy, Crucible, Darkness, Cardsy, Fake Blood, Kiddo. How's it going, everyone? Have work to do. Actually, should I try to actually finish this sword build here? A little bit. There's not a Herman Miller now. Hi Electra, hi Melando, hi Flintlock, hi Topf, Peyton and Robert. So yesterday I was looking at basically all the updates on Spiritborn because they've actually changed a lot of stuff in the data mine. And then I started working on a build that is kind of funny, SOAR only setup. Which could be pretty hilarious, I think. You were. Hi Barclays. Now let's try to actually make this a build. And see how that goes. I see I have some other plan updates here. This is item power 800 now. Easy. Okay, so how does this work? We might wanna actually put something like Rock Splitter there. Now I just realized when you don't go for a basic or a core skill, we have a problem. Like we can't really spend points here for anything. Right? What do we do? If you do this here, where are these skill ranks coming from? I'd say Air Perdition. Okay, I should probably refresh this entire tree and then we start from the top. Yeah, probably these things stay though. Let me see. Whenever you hear poison damage increase, no, we don't care about that. I wonder if, like, for example, the Spirit Feathers benefit from all of these, like, Eagle modifiers, but I guess not. This is a build that is based around Soar, which is like the movement skill here. So that we put this on our bar. Also Vortex, I suppose. I guess you can do that. And then you have Soar. Get the Unstoppable there. So put that on the bar. It's basically our main ability. But I kind of wonder if like the Spirit Feathers actually work with like any of that. I don't think so though. Like Brilliance, Acceleration, I guess you'd have to test that, but I don't really believe in it. Okay, no rushing claw though. Is there a point to put more? No. We could probably throw in an alt, because they have a lot of cooldown reduction. Oh, which one would that be? Maybe Protector? This one just knocks down, we knock down anything. This makes anything vulnerable. Gorilla is like big barriers. Damage reduction. I wonder if like repeatedly casting a hunter actually gives you more and more ferocity. I just realized it gives you 4 ferocity, it's kind of big. 40% chance to instantly reset its cooldown. This chance is halved of each consecutive reset. This was also changed. I think this was used to be like 20% all the time or something. So it's like 40, 20, 10, 5. Okay. One second. Back. So broken, glitch, yes. I mean, yesterday we identified, I think, at least 4 different ways to become invincible on this class. So that's kind of cool. And it doesn't mean just like stacking ridiculous amounts of damage reduction that this class offers, but actual 100% damage reduction. I'm going to cook for Spiritborn, we like the hands-on experience. Yeah, I can see that, that's a bit of a problem, but it's still like interesting to look at the skill tree, look at the items, you know, get a bit of an idea. I mean, there's also like, you know, I only played level 30 Spiritborn, right? I haven't played like most of the endgame stuff or anything. It's just like, you know, this is a concept now. So, we'll see how this will work out. I think this is actually a protector angle. Small enemies are slowed. Brings the damage attack from relates. Grants your barrier. Kinda interesting. And this is 45 seconds cooldown. Okay. Okay, open casting outline skill, the last potency, defensive or focus skill cast prior is reset. We don't really care about it, right? Well, actually, potency, defensive or focus. So you could do something like armored hide. Or something like that. But I don't think it's really needed. It's a very interesting skill layout here. And we have 10 points left that I have no idea what to do with. I guess you do this. But it has Tyrios, so not really. Healing's increased. It's just like 1 point for 20% healing. But we mostly care about barriers, so I guess not. Could also do some stuff like counter attack. Which gives us the 30% crit damage, which is kinda nice. I'm not sure if I really want a toxic skin. Okay. Hey Drew, yeah, thanks for that prime by the way. It's actually a major problem here. There's like no way to use any of these passes or any of these skills or something. Is there like some kind of utility stuff I could do with a core skill? Casting Ray grants ferocity. I mean, we could do this. Maybe we want to put Rake on the bar. Not Rock Splitter. So we can get ferocity this way. So like Rake and then Soar, Rake or something like that. Maybe. Could like actively reset our cooldowns. Kinda weird though. I guess we can go for this if we don't have 100% crit already from the helm and stuff. We can dodge with counter attack. Let me check how I generate resources here. Because there's no passive regeneration on this class. I only have this. 1 vigor each second while moving. And then you have resource generation there, so maybe you get like something like 5 per second. It's just not enough actually. But there's this, yeah. Cast the offensive grants 5 vigor. We have this and this. We have 6 points left, man. I guess I can do this, yeah. I forgot. I wonder if this passive allows you to cast ultimates while you CC. I'm gonna put 1 point there just because. So, I don't know. This is a fueled, I suppose. Not sure if I like this combo too much just yet. Yeah, I guess the only way to really get resources would be velocity here. Which I'm not taking so far. And this, yeah. this alternate cluster looks very funny, and I actually took at least 1 point in each. Which is kind of hilarious. Although these and these are just kind of like, whatever. So 36.9 seconds cooldown actually goes down to like almost around 9 seconds with cooldown reduction. And this thing lasts 6 seconds. So you actually have more uptime than downtime on the ultimate. Ah, wait a minute, we can use vital strikes after making enemy vulnerable. Heal, vigor. Oh, do you want to do this? Probably not. Because you don't have really a way to make stuff vulnerable permanently. This only works with core and potency skills. So this would realistically be something like Rushing Claw, Touch of Death spam, or Razor Wing spam. So I think Adaptive Stances is the way. So every 5 seconds you have to cast something else. The problem is that our main cast here is Soar, because there's movement speed, that doesn't matter at all. And then we have 2 Jaguar skills. 2 Gorilla skills. Seems kind of awful, actually. Can't do this. Can't really do this. I mean, 50% core stats is effectively 50% DPS, which is kind of similar to Vital Strikes, and we don't have this problem with the resources, or with the vulnerable effect, so... And this gives us resources, like infinite, to spam our rake, but maybe I'm just gonna ignore that rake stuff. Replace it with ferocity. I mean, the armor thing. Block reduction is increased by 45% while I have a barrier. That's a lot. So it's 9% block reduction, 54% block reduction, 100% block rate. Lots of DR. I think I said it was going to be quite tanky, actually. I think this might be so tanky that you don't even run materials. And you could go with Shroud. But I feel like Shroud on a build that can't use all of these crazy damage passes doesn't make that much sense. Like, all these damage passes are not taken here. We'll get small stuff like 5% life. And then, like, if... Yeah, maybe more from Supremacy. Maybe this. There's also Perseverance. Perseverance? Is this Perseverance? Or Perseverance? Perseverance, right?
Perseverance.
Okay. Okay, weird setup. Hey, also Tony. Nice to see you, by the way. Thank you again for the big sub-gift bomb last time. Voices. Can you have more than one mythic item? They thought they said max 1 per character. That's not what they said. This is what I suggested. If they make it happen, I mean, I'll be very happy about that. But for now, there's no indication that this is actually gonna happen. Hi Wolf, how's cooking going? Yeah, yesterday I spent like a few hours looking at all the changes they've made, since there's like a lot of little updates across, you know, skill tree, the Paragons, I didn't see those before, and so on. So I was looking at all this stuff. And now we kind of like, I started working on a Soar build, which is kind of weird. But it might actually be kind of good, I don't know. So we'll see. This makes you wanna cook on Spiritborn. Yeah, I mean, this is like, I'm not sure like how good this build will be, or how niche or something like that, but it could be fun. So the idea behind this build is like a soar build, and soar is like the movement skill. You jump up in the air and you crash down. It's like a kind of like a teleport. And then this can spawn like these spirit feathers. And these spirit feathers are just like little things that they kind of like fly around you on the ground, and then the next time you cast, you'll collect them basically, they'll fly to you and then deal damage on the way. So kind of just constantly spawn them and pull them in, while also pulling the enemies to you. So they kind of just get like blasted as the spirit feathers come back. So that's the idea of this build. I did not say changes to come, maximum mythic items per character. I was making a feedback document. Yeah, the temperers, everything is here. I mean, the only thing that seems... I mean, that there might still be tweaks and stuff they're doing, because some of the stuff still seems kind of broken. Like, you can still get 100% damage reduction on various ways and stuff like that. So some stuff needs to be updated there. And the Paragon boards also are outdated. I mean, first of all, there's only 8 boards and not 9 like the other classes. So it's kind of missing the new one, I guess. And also the Paragon boards here still have defensive nodes in Glyph radius, which is also outdated concept these days. Like there's armor nodes here in the Glyph. And here's life in the Glyph and so on. So this stuff is also out of date, I guess. Yo, Stoic Sack, thanks for Prime. How big will the gap be between Spiritborn and the other classes? Yeah, I mean, every class has some pretty cracked builds. I guess Barb and Druid at least, but I mean, Rogue is generally ridiculous. Necro has like, you know, a bunch of really good builds. Sorg has one shining build and a few good ones. So it will be kind of tough for the Spiritborn to really beat those with every build. So some Spiritborn builds will be pretty cracked as well, on like the level of Lightning Spear, Sorg or something like that. But yeah, there's certainly some pretty crazy stuff on the other classes. Good luck, Greed. With Mythics, I already have a preset build, mostly there's no freedom randomization. Yeah, there is. I mean, some of the Spiritborn uniques are pretty nice as well. This is just a build where we can't really use any of the helms, for example. But yeah, like for example, chest piece is basically always Tyraels or Shroud of False Death. I'm not sure if there's any exception to that. Yeah, in general, like I really hope that they're gonna do some update there with the Mythics. Hope they should bring back the option to change skill elements like it was in D3. Yeah, I think they could make like uniques and aspects and do something like that, like they did with the Barbarian helm now, for example. Or, you know, they could make like some unique that transforms Hydra into like a Lightning Hydra or whatever, right? And these kind of things, that would be cool. The Soar build is not that great. Yeah, personally, I don't really enjoy the Soar animation that much either, but I guess when you actually spam it like non-stop, I guess get to the point where you do like once a second or faster, I guess it should be fluid enough. And it also moves you in like half the screen, so... And you potentially even get like, you know, standing still multipliers like Inner Calm or Patient Guard all the time. Chronix. Hello, man. How's it going? Cast a skill with a cooldown, huh? So that. So it's like a Warcry cooldown angle. So every 10 swords you get Warcry. I wonder how fast you can cast Soar. If you have a bit of attack speed. Probably have to put armor here, since I only have 2 slots to put armor, so I guess, unless you put it on neck. Which might not be the worst idea. Guess you're going to do something like Dex. Then most of the passes will just not work here. I need to remember now. So Apex works actually. This is a basic one. This is Centipede. This is Eagle. Yeah, I don't know all of them by heart yet. Unrestrained would work, but it's not that strong, I think. It's 4% a pop. Not that crazy. Not oppressive. Yeah. Okay. Impressive is the centipede thing. Resolution. I think that's one of the alt things now. Casting alt grants 5%. So maybe actually just put armor on this. And this kind of just souls everything. This might not be a bad idea. Because they also don't have like life rolls. There's no life. There's no life. There's just like this one pair of pants. And maybe the weapon. Although it does look like a fairly tanky setup already, to be fair. With all the block and all that stuff. So, let's see. Here's Spirit Feather Potency, but I don't really want to go for it actually. I guess he just want to do like some additive damage. That's Bastion. That's a foreign thing. Mobility damage doesn't help us. There's Mystic Circle Potency, man. It's actually so crazy how much you can get. Does this also have a Glyph actually? Oh, this was, the potency was only temporary for the Mystic Circles, but even that is kind of correct, man. Okay. But there's actually no Mystic Circle potency thing. Unless you actually put it like, for example, here, there's like a... the only option would be to put the mobility thing on the neck, right? Mystic Circles. Cast a single skill in Mystic Circles empowers them to move with you and explode when you evade. So you have to put this on the neck. And then you can do the Jaguar Mystic Circle thing. I guess it's like too much loss. It's like 2 aspects to even get the Mystic Circles online. And then I still need to somehow get Ferocity stacks. So I'd say fuck it. Okay. Answer my question, please, so I know if I should unfollow now or in 2 months. And I don't see that feature, actually. You don't have vulnerable anywhere, right? Actually, this makes... Wait a minute. Ah, so this is the cloud that makes them vulnerable for 4 seconds. So we do have vulnerable built in. Okay, then. So we don't need this. Just maybe throw a dex in there. 1 of dex, 1 of life, or something like that. Let's get a bunch of attack speed. I think attack speed is like kind of important to make this feel smooth. And then a bunch of like additive damage. What is like the best additive here? How much is crit? 123. Can we beat this with anything? Mobility damage probably won't work here. Which one is endurance again? Okay. +6 counter attack charge. This is kind of funny. I mean, we kind of have to put any resource thing here, so this might even be something like that. Just counterattack charges and then just like walk in. You just have 100% dodge because reasons. Okay, so it's actually like a crit angle. We need to hit 100% crit down for that. Right now we are at 91. Okay. Seems fine. Just put crit everywhere. How much movement speed does the setup have? Like none, right? I mean, there's 24, 29. That's it. Casting is getting... No. It wasn't there like something where you get... Yeah. Casting is good, grants movement. Why does it not light up, by the way? It's 5% for 4 seconds. So it's 15 for 4 points. If the saw hits no enemies, it's like inflicts some movement speed. Or actually, when we just saw around, we actually have capped movement speed. And as long as we're fighting, we don't really need the movement speed. So maybe it's fine, actually. We are 200% movement speed like this. It's kind of nice. Hey, Johnny, thanks for the mums. What's the status must-have on Terror's Might? Well, if you don't have a GA, then the best distribution looks like this. You want double max res and 1 DR. This makes you very, very tanky, especially against elemental damage, which is usually the most dangerous, like elites and so on. And the other option is, like, you know, in the future you're gonna have at least 1 greater affix on Terios, because every mythic comes with 1 GA, so you want to have this distribution. Or alternatively, it could be, you know, this, which is like the same stats. But yeah, usually I just put this in the planner. So you can hit one or the other and then fix it with masterworking. I mean, this is also an option. Going for 54 plain DR. It does make you more vulnerable against elements and then more tanky against physical. I mean, it's also not bad to have something like this. Or something like that, you know, like it's relatively minor at that point, but you usually want to try to get to as close as possible to the 15%. I mean, even something like this is okay, for example, just to like max out the res. But yeah, I like this distribution the most. Armor instead of movement speed would make this chest biz for pretty much everyone. Compared to it right now not being biz for everyone, you mean? DR also includes resist. Well, not exactly. DR is just a damage multiplier. This is like an additive buff to your resists. So going from 70 to 85 resists means you take half the damage. So this is the equivalent of almost a 50% damage reduction modifier for non-physical. So, you know, just adding a bit more here can't really make up for this loss. You know, going from like almost cap to 4% below the cap. Well, it makes you take like 25% extra damage at least. 30% or so extra in elemental damage. And this 30% is not made up for by these 2 masterworks. Yeah, sure, this reduces all of your damage, but not by as much as this would reduce the elemental damage, much more. But yeah, again, you know, like this is like more physical, this is more elemental, so it's kind of okay, but I think this is the best distribution here. Okay, let's see what we got for... I think there's vortex size. Yeah, so you can do vortex size. There's also soar size, but I don't think we care. Armored height, active thorns bonus. Wow. Barrier generation. Do we care about like CCing? Do we CC anyway? I guess not, right? Soar doesn't, just makes you unstoppable, you jump in, you make vulnerable. Okay, you knock them down for 3 seconds. So I guess we don't really care about like CC, we don't really have like CC effects. So I think our utility stuff is just gonna be like vortex size. Times 2 maybe? Or 1 barrier generation. I mean, that's also pretty significant actually. Can do this. I think the setup is gonna be omega tanky actually. I think this is too tanky. Nothing about it. So something like that, I think. You can also do skulls. Since you have materials, you might be fine. Maybe you need a diamond, I'm not sure. Also I'll rest right now. Not too far off. So maybe like 1 diamond in the neck and then double skull. You might actually have more than enough armor. Armor shows 1.2k. Okay. Nice, some life shows 4k. Yeah, I didn't make paragons. Okay, there's razor wing charges, vigorous. This would actually allow me to get resources right. And then cast Rake sometimes to get ferocity stacks, which gives me attack speed. Which also gives me stuff like rushing claw resets. So sometimes it's just like soar, follow up with a Rake. That is an option. There's also just like the chance to restore resource, which could be nice. You also gain 5 vigor for just pressing armored hide or counter attack. I kind of like the idea of the counter attack charges though. That's kind of big. But 1 charge comes back in 5 seconds. And lasts 3. So I'm not sure we really care that much about counter attack charges. With this amount of cooldown. So maybe I'll do vigorous. So anything you can just start to have like tempo resource regen, basically. Ah wait, it's the wrong one. Velocity. Do we have velocity? Yes, okay. Like that. Now it depends on like how velocity works exactly, and like does it count as moving when you soar? Maybe not. Like something like Shadow Step and Teleport does not count as moving. So maybe this is actually not useful, but we'll see. I have to do some testing here. We have to do a rune combo. So we could do the travel thing. We could do a standstill. I guess realistically the standstill thing, right? Yep. So this will probably be like standstill. Warcry, and then here. We could also do decrep. This is 50 offering. So it's 10 casts. Maybe do Petify here. And here we do Warcry. Something like that maybe. I have to see what we're gonna do here. Ah. So there's an option as well. Cast 3 Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, you restore resource. So this is an option. I think I want to do Infighter. Looks like it does have dodge there, block there. And probably some life and rest somewhere as well on this board though. I need to dodge or block and you mostly just to see everything. We don't want the thorns. We don't want this. We do have big barriers, so this is something. We don't want bitter medicine. We are CCing besides bosses, but I would like to avoid it. After moving 10 meters. I'm not sure if this will work. And convergence, this goes into everything. So we have 1, 2, 3. And then you have to choose either this or this. Fuck. Yeah. Why is the fucking board missing? So here's big DR, do 10.7 DR while moving. Then there's, why is that so much? 5.3. And this is 1.0, the magic now, so that doesn't make sense. Usually it's supposed to be half. But here's also 1 dodge, 4 dodge. Movement, crit, knife on hit, crit. I mean, it lasts 10 seconds, to be fair. 10 seconds is a lot. So it should be relatively easy to keep up drive. So I think we take that. Ah, here's the Mythic Circle potency. Dude, I kind of feel like we have to go for the Mythic Circle stuff. This Mythic Circle stuff is like way too crazy. Even when I build like this. Like we literally just put the Mythic Circle thing on the neck to make it move with us. And then put the Jaguar thing somewhere. It seems like so cracked. Okay, there's 95 decks. There's 94 decks. Why the fuck is it 94 decks? Because there's 7 dex nodes in Glyph radius for no reason whatsoever. Okay, and here's 104. What is going on in this class? So this is actually a jacked plume angle there. Attack speed and dodge. I was gonna take everything. What is into in this class? Resources and res. And strength. That's crit and armor, okay. So I think I'd rather want strength. If we can. Definitely want this part here. And this. This is 5 here. Big dodge. Okay, everything's like 5 to the next board. Let's see. Hey, for this build, you want to do Warcraft Hedify? Yeah, I did actually. I need to learn how this potency works on the Mythic Circles. This seems like completely busted, if that's true. Can't really imagine that this is actually how it works. And Colossal is also insane with this damage, increased damage per stack of resolve. It does buff the gorilla skills, and we don't actually gain much out of that. So I want to put it on a board that has the least strength. They all have kind of shitty strength actually. But this has 40 strength, this has 35, but it also has 59 in, so maybe we're gonna keep it on the starter board. We'll do this. Yeah, I don't know, man. So... stuff like that. Let's see what I can do here. Poison? No, non-physical. I guess they do lightning damage, right? So Kenny would work. Yeah, Kenny works. And this is int. So we could do that. Then here's like a strength or dex board. We could do the headhunter glyph if you wanted. It's always nice. But I think we have too much crit chance. And we don't need resources, so headhunter might be a bit overkill. And we also probably don't need the res. Like all these like little bonuses that I usually get here are not really required. Healing received is also not useful. Overpower is not useful. So it seems like everything is not useful with headhunter besides just like stacking decks. Oh, there's Turf, which is okay, I guess. There's Spirit, which is actually very good. This is a Dex Glyph. Okay, I like this one. Outmatch is only for physical builds. So only for Gorilla. Damage to incarnate skills, okay. There's also another way to generate vigor without using a skill. Fitness, for example. This is ego skills, that does help me. Okay, so you probably have to use Headhunter. Kenny, Jagged Plume, Colossal, so it's one more glyph. So it could be Turf. No, I want Spirit actually, this is Dex. There's only 75 Dex. He has 104 Dex, so you can keep that here. He has 94 Dex. How much is this? This is 49. It's also 49. So maybe we swap these two. I put Kenny here. And the new Spirit here. Spirit is actually a very powerful glyph. And it stacks with Dex, which is interesting. There's like a crit glyph with the main stat of the class. This is the first time, I think. And a bunch of stuff is kind of weird here, to be honest. Movement and crit chance. Damage reduction while moving. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Very weird. Let's movement and crit chance. I probably don't need the crit chance, actually. There's a res. So we definitely want to do this here. I wonder if they're gonna normalize these boards or if they're gonna keep them weird like this. There's like so much weird shit here. Oh, wait a minute, does it say damage while barrier? Okay. Don't really need. Probably need int or willpower nodes really that much. I guess strength is okay. Barrier generation and crit. Okay, that's kind of nice. Also on life. That's 5 points. That's way too far. Here's res. That's way too far. Okay, let's see this part here. So there's also life. You definitely want to pick this. Pick all the life you can. There's ultimate and speed. There's life and non-physical. You definitely want that as well. This is very far and this is very far. So this means we path out here. And then this is also a very short path. So we're going to connect this on 2 sides here. I guess I have to take something like this here. And then put this over here, for example. Zapping is, and I cast 3 in a row. We get the resources. So you have 68 points left. I actually didn't take a lot of the small stuff. There's like dodge, for example. I didn't take this here for no reason. But yeah, this will probably change to something else anyway. And this is actually not really worth picking. And this is 4 points to get 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 5 on attack speed. Maybe it's fine. How much attack speed is this? 69. And we are missing 1 diamond. Okay, so actually this kind of solves our armor. Solves our res. My crit chance is 99.9. Kick. Okay. Maybe not a crit chance when we do this. I mean, there is the option to just go Jaguar on the secondary hall, since we don't go for the helm. Maybe I should do a secondary Jaguar. This Gorilla only really makes sense if I have the helm as well. The loyalty helm. So we don't really need to rake. We get 1 stack every time. So maybe this whole, like, you know, generating resources and so on is kind of whatever. Is there something else I could get? Okay, health feed makes enemies vulnerable. That's 4% increased damage when it only hits a single enemy. Oh shit, I think I changed this. What? This seems actually kind of nuts. Instead of echoing the surrounding poison enemies, Stinger now draws from each to hit enemies in the primary area again for an additional 10% of its base damage. Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize they changed that. Crushing answer is increased by 5% for every stack of resolve you have, up to 145%. Wait, does it actually just like go up with the maximum resolve stacks? If I do like 5 instead of 6? Yeah, it actually just like stacks up. That's funny. That's a huge crushing hand radius. Funny. Now there might be a reason to use another skill, which is adaptive stances. We don't have a centipede on a bar. Could actually like use centipede to get lifesteal, for example, or something like that. But not really, I guess. Iceberg. Nice, dude. What is that about? Congratulations. This is not out yet, no, this is Spiritborn. I'm just trying to learn the class, you know, more. I think I'll leave this here for now. I think I got a pretty good idea of like what's there and how to make it work. So, wait, why am I not logged in here? Wait a second. Okay. I'd like to cook a stinger build. I'm not really sure what to think about this, yeah, the rampant stinger. It has 40% increased damage if it only hits a single enemy. Instead of echoing to surrounding poisoned enemies, stinger now draws from each to hit enemies in the primary area again. For an additional 10% of its base damage. So let's say we have a pool, there's 20 enemies. I pump 5 of them, but everything is poisoned. Then I get 150% of the base damage again for the primary area. That's actually kind of wild as well. Like really good single target damage. But then much worse AoE. Like one of the big things of Stinger is that it just like hits the entire screen. Stringer strikes a vulnerable enemy, it heals you for 10%. If you're healthy, it makes enemies vulnerable. It's an echo on a single enemy. No, here it says, instead of echoing to surrounding poisoned enemies, Stinger now draws from each. So it doesn't do the echo anymore. So the way the Stinger works usually is you poison everything, and then when you hit the ground, everything around you that is poisoned will also get hit. But then it stops doing that with this upgrade. And instead you do more damage in the AoE around it. So I guess you can do something like, you know, vortex them in, and then just like nuke everything. Blood Surge Stinger. Kind of. Just that it's like way smaller. Sounds fun, Icebird. Good luck. Now the thing is that Stinger actually does have a really decent single target no matter what. So I'm not sure if I really want to go for this. Because I think I really was gonna want to run through stuff, poison it up with like a Scourge, and then Stinger, and everything just kind of explodes. Now there is one redeeming factor, which is Noxious Resonance, which has like insane AoE potential. I'm not sure how large these explosions are, but I would say that probably something like Victimize or so. So if we do this, then we do have good AoE no matter what. We can do Rampant Stinger. And then have like big single target. So on boss it's straight up just like plus 40% damage. But it's gonna make the AoE clear significantly worse, I feel. So I guess we'll see what we can do with our setup here. Let's start with this. I'm gonna go with this for now. While toxic skin is active, your poisoning deals an additional 25% of its damage over time as critical strikes to vulnerable enemies. So we do this if you got Noxious Resonance anyway. Don't think you're gonna go for Ravager necessarily. When you heal, your poison damage increased by 3%. Okay. Centipede is 70.5. Okay. I guess this is it's a snapshot. I think exploit is not snapshot for poison imbue on a rogue. So when you have damage that is healthy, damage that is injured, it's actually just dynamic. Which is kind of interesting. Because it kind of feels like this is something that would synergize with poisons, right? When they are healthy, you poison them up and then deal them more damage. But at least on rogue, it's dynamic. Okay, we'll see. Casting Gorilska is 50% life for 10 seconds, okay. Yeah, I guess realistically, this is a jungle or angle even, right? Or gorilla. I mean, it doesn't really work with the poisons. 50% of base damage as poisoning. I think I do it anyway. Maybe it's a double Jaguar angle. I think that's what I played as well when I played it. We do this. Need a rushing claw. Need a toxic skin, and then there's only one slot left. Can do the Jaguar stuff. We could try to get an ult, unless we don't go for a cooldown reduction. I guess I have to check what we can do here with our skills and our items. Now we could go for the Harmony Helm. The additional all Jaguar, Eagle, Gorilla, or Centipede. Now Gorilla would kind of work for like a higher end scenario. Then we have Centipede, Jaguar, Gorilla, no Eagle. This gives us resilient all the time, so we don't have to worry about that. So we don't need a rock splitter even. This means you can get an extra skill on the bar. Could be counter attack, could be Scourge. I think you kind of want to do Scourge. There's big lifesteal, but I think that's not going to be a problem. Then we can do an ult. We have only 8 points. It's getting a bit rough here. Then we do something like Shroud. So +1 to all passes is kind of big when we have so many things. Can remove this. I can remove this. Good to Gorilla anyway. But at least here we have a reset. Honestly, defensive and focus skill. I'd like to get one more point in there, so I get the 2 resolve. I actually don't need this one. Mm-hmm. Casting Jaguar skill in Mythic Circles empowers him to keep your ferocity at max and increase your damage by 7% per stack while you remain within. I'm gonna go for Pestilence Swarms, I think. And then we're gonna do the Pestilence Swarm Ring. That also has a Vuln that we don't really care about. That's Unrestrained, that we also... Oh, shit. How do we do this? And this makes us unstoppable. Sometimes, I guess. Hi, Daftom. Pestilence Swarms now always spawn orbiting around you and generate 1 vigor per hit. Okay. Generate 1 vigor each second while moving if you have damage, dealt damage in the last 5 seconds. We can do damage just by running around or doing toxic skin if we really have to. Like if you ever run into a scenario where you have 0 resources, you can still get resource back, although kind of slowly. And in fact, I think it's actually a Star Disguise angle. And then you have only 1, 2 more. And that's it. Okay. So about the Rod of Capileke, that actually has vigor per second, which is nice. Crit core maximum. At maximum vigor, your core skills instead deal normal damage. Consume all vigor to critical strike with 5% increased critical strike damage for each point spent. Oof, man, that's a lot of fucking damage. This Rod of Capileke, this should be the mythic item, man. Like, what the hell is this? This needs to be the mythic. $300%. It's actually more, since this thing has maximum vigor on it. It's more like 420%. 404. It has a lot of unique rings, this class, yes. Since when do we know Spiritborn Paragon? It's been out for like a few days now. It was in a data mine from the PTR client. When is Blizzard feedback stream? I did feedback already yesterday and the day before. Gonna make a video about it. I collected a lot of stuff. What about single targeting of pestilent aspects? I mean like the swarms. Yeah, maybe it could have enough AoE damage with all the swarms. Maybe it's also possible to just play this without the swarms. Spawns the pestilent swarms. It deals 75% of Stinger's base damage per hit. I mean, that's a lot, to be honest. That's so much. Every 10 seconds, the pestilence spawns from you. And always spawn orbiting around you. Generate 1 vigor per hit. Yeah. It sounds like it's kind of like Stinger sometimes. I have the swarms like spiraling around you and just kind of like run through. In that case, maybe you don't really care about not hitting the entire screen of it. I'd like to maybe get in a vortex though. Like running in, pressing vortex, pulling them in. That sounds pretty good. So maybe I'll remove the hunter and all this unique ultimate stuff here. We put vortex instead. Or even better, we just go with the boots and go soar. This also gives us resources like crazy, cooldown like crazy. So we could do this. Ah shit. Evade is now soar. So we still need another aspect to also cast vortex with it, right? And I don't really have those slots. Soar cast vortex. Okay. Yo, tier 2 sub from Naked Tax. Thanks, man. High cooldown ain't gonna make it to live game. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. I mean, the crazy movement speed boots on Rogue made it. But yeah, it seems kind of weird that it has so much cooldown reduction. But then there's also this here. I know, that's not the helm. That's the loyalty helm that has the big cooldown. I'm pretty sure that this helmet is gonna get nerfed. But we'll see. Morning, Basshead. I wish Vortex had bigger area of effect. I mean, there's a tempo for it. We can get like double size. There's also is a stinger size. Heck yeah, let's go. So this. It's a stinger here. Attack, crit. Boom. Maybe stinger size on pants. Do you want this one? So that's maximum rest to all elements. And you can get how far? 13.5. After standing still for 2 seconds, become unstoppable. Wow. Some life vision, damage more healthy life. I mean, the rest is kind of nice, but not really much better than a defensive power. And we don't have armor on this thing, we don't have main stats. And you have to stand still for 2 seconds to unstoppable. Which I guess means that when you get CC'd, at the very latest, after 2 seconds you get out. Which is kind of an advantage. Unless it's a fear. Either way though, I don't like it. So we're gonna stinger size like this. Then something like that. I'm not sure if I actually did like any defensive temper. We had barrier generation here, okay. There's patient guard for the block DR. Which is probably something I should do here. Ah, this is utility. This is the defensive one. Maximum resolve stacks. Which frankly is so crazy. How many resolve stacks do we have? Does that show? So we have baseline 8 and then 14, 29. Okay. This resolve stuff is pretty crazy, I think. Maybe better than a patient guard. It's also plus resolve generated. There's also armored height resolve generation rate. I wonder what this exactly means with the resolve generated. Like every time that I get 2 resolve, I instead get like 9. That'd be weird, because there's this, which makes it faster. But the setup currently doesn't really go for like ridiculous amounts of cooldown. But it would be interesting to think about just putting Scorn of the Earth. And then you just evade around like it's sore anyway. And resources and cooldown. And so on. So maybe they're gonna nerf it though. So we can do attacks, life, speed. Maybe armor actually. And then we have another size temper, so we have stinger size already. And then what? Evade cooldown reduction. Soar, rushing claw charges. Swift. Swift is this movement speed passive, right? No, which one is that? Ah. This is brilliance. So you have the maximum ferocity. I wonder if I can fit this stuff in. Maybe I cannot, actually. So, what do we have still left for the Pestilence? Same heat skills have a 35% chance to spawn a Pestilence swarm. They now also do 100% of the base as poisoning. We should actually do Pestilence on the two-handed. And then this on a normal. Because here we get 150% of the base damage. It's actually crazy. So the swarms deal 150% off my stinger. That's so much. And then they orbit around me. Then we get Starless. I wonder if Starless is just not good enough for this class. maybe this is not a class for Starless guys. Because now I kind of want to get the Mystic Circles. Casting a Jungler skill, Mystic Circles empowers them to keep a ferocity at max. What's the arcade on this thing? 20. It's terrible, man. It's a really bad lucky hit. So I think this Plains power, I mean, as good as the Mystic Circles are, it's gonna be insane for bosses. But other than that, I don't know. Maybe what we should do is... It's the Scourge thing. Scourge continuously affects enemies around you for 9 seconds. That's kinda cool. Creeping Death. Yeah, Creeping Death only buffs your dot damage. We're also doing non-dot damage. There's like a combo here of crit and poison. You want to like try to generate poisons with the stinger, but you also want to crit and then like proc Noxious Resonance. The asset that says evade is now Soar with a work like teleport enchant. Yeah, I think so. But it doesn't make it super long. I mean, the base cooldown of Soar is 15 seconds. It doesn't say that it will have a longer cooldown, so it's just 15 seconds, but the boots also bring you 75% cooldown reduction on its own, so this will actually make your Soar 3.75 seconds. Isn't the midday pretty decent? Let me see that real quick. Midday, Hunt. So it has big cooldown, big resource. Maximum vigor is increased. While you have any ferocity or poison still fear. Yeah, okay, this is good for like a real poison build without Noxious Resonance. So if I didn't do Noxious Resonance and we did, for example, Vital Strikes, then we could let the poisons run their course. But for the setup like this is actually a downgrade. Because you want long poisons to like proc them over and over with Noxious Resonance. So we can't do that ring. If we go Vital Strikes, then yeah, Vital Strikes will also just like immediately give me infinite resources, infinite healing, lots of damage. We just need to get a Curse Touch. Honestly, maybe a Curse Touch is not even good enough. Because it's only a 45% damage increase now. I mean, we'll proc it often enough anyway, but just making stuff vulnerable all the time. If you go this route at least. And a chance to make vulnerable. Yeah, for Noxus Resonance, you want, like, you know, keep the poisons on the target as long as possible. And then just keep critting them over and over for boom, 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 you know? So anything else for Pestilence Swarms? No, that's those 3 effects. So it's the ring and the 2 aspects. And now we have 2 slots left. And for like insane single target damage, we could do the Mythic Circle stuff. The last 10 seconds. Okay, so let's say I attack twice per second. You know, dodging around on the boss and whatever here and there. So twice a second, I get like 80 lucky hits. So this would mean a 20% chance. So roughly every 5 seconds I spawn a Mystic Circle. And when that happens, I'll basically immediately rip apart the boss. Which is not so bad. You get 10% damage per stack while remaining in the... In fact, it's even more if I put it on a 2-handed. If I do Plains Power. And then we do the Pestilence thing here. So it's 13% per ferocity stack. But then we can't do Harmony or Helm. Because I need secondary Jaguar. I need to go Jaguar if I do this. Is that something to get ferocity? 90% chance to gain 1 any crowd control enemy, that's not good enough. Yeah, we can't do Harmony Helm if you do this. So maybe this is not the way. How much damage would I gain for doing those combo? It's the Mythic Circles. There's the Rune. Which one is that ritual? 41% Mystic Circle potency. Needs int. What's the biggest int board? He has 59 int. So let's say we use Drive. In that case, we gain roughly 12 times this bonus. So it's like 500% Mystic Circle potency. Bonus. So you have 600 in total. So that's 13 times 6. 78, like 80% damage per ferocity stack. So if I have 10 ferocity stacks, that's 800% damage. Seems very balanced actually. For 1 glyph and 1 aspect. And I guess the secondary hull. So how much of an increase is that compared to just this without the glyph? Like this. It's like a 282% damage buff. But you also lose a glyph. We also don't really have it consistently. Start of Rogue or Spiritborn? I also Spiritborn. Yeah, this here is basically hammered in. This build. Doesn't look like a hammered in, but it's hammered in. I think we need to do this with like a build that has better lucky hits. I feel like it's gonna feel kind of clunky. 25% chance. Okay, what if I hit like 5 targets, let's say? 25 times 5 times 0.2. Even when I hit 5 targets, it's still like on average 4 attacks to get it. It's not consistent. How can we work with unyielding hits, perhaps? Casting a gorilla skill. Oh, it's only for 3 seconds though. So this only really works if you go like gorilla main hall. But if we go gorilla main hall, we do this jaguar thing. So I guess it's like a Rod of Kapeleke angle. I guess it's actually happening. So do this. It also has ridiculous amounts of core skills. Also has 12 vigor per second. Lots of crit. How the hell is this calculated? J is just like +4, and then this is 2, 2, 2. $34 stinger, okay. And this is pre-status, which we might actually use. Although with all this vigor, again, it's like 20 vigor per second, but it costs 40. So I think status is probably the way, actually. Also gives us nice attack speed and crit and everything. But realistically, we need something that like really pumps our resource generation. And there's not really that many options here. We need like maybe one of the other rings. Because the resource aspects are all kind of shit for this class compared to the rings. Yeah. So maybe not. Because the thing is that the Starless Skies buff can also run out very easily. It only lasts 3 seconds, and if you actually don't have capped resources, we don't spend any resource. We need to get to maximum, and then we can do the big boom. And we should go for something that gives us insta-max resource all the time, I think. Gain 7 vigor each time you deal force damage, huh? Yeah, this is what we need. Midnight Sun. Critical strikes restore 30% of the vigor you have spent the last 2 seconds. Increased by a critical strike damage bonus. And again, counterattacks passive effect. Cool. That's balanced. So how about that? And you get 3 points though to get the 30 crit there and the dodge. Dude, I have so many fucking ranks in Stinger. I could actually just like run rank 1 Stinger. Okay, how much of a difference does it do? I'm kind of curious. So this gives us 430% damage instead of 390. So those 4 points give us 10% damage. That's actually less than just like investing into some passive. We have so many ranks there. Each rank is like 2.5% at this point. That's funny. So in this case, we don't really necessarily go for this thing here. The Scourge shenanigans. We don't need to cast Reinforced Scourge. We don't have a lot of cooldown to do it anyway. And if we do this, we also don't really care about Scourge. So first of all, we can do this. But I don't want to put it on a bar. So maybe it's gonna have a Soar anyway. Soar or Payback to get unstoppable occasionally, maybe. Or a Vortex. I think Vortex might actually be the way here. We have Rushing Claw already. We rush into a pack, we Vortex them in. We do like a Vortex size. Something like that. Still not sure what to put here. So you have Stinger size, Vortex size. I need 3 points. Okay, we can take out 1 there. Increase the damage of the next skill cast by 20%. Critical strikes reduce its cooldown. And that's kind of nice actually. If Vortex a pack, even if there's like 5 guys, boom. Get a lot of cooldown back. And it also knocks down everything. It's also kind of cool. Will I cook Gorilla build? Is Gorilla too weak? I mean, I have some weeks to cook. Don't worry. I kind of like the idea of having Vortex in this build. I think it's gonna feel really good. You're gonna Rushing Claw around, and then there's a lead pack, you Vortex them together, you Stinger, bam bam, move on. And then we could probably go for the cooldown here even. The knockdown is also nice though. While you have an active barrier, I mean not really generating a lot of barrier to be fair, we can't really do the knockdown, I think. It's more of a gorilla thing. I need 2 points now from somewhere. That's too good. That's too good. This is block reduction. Maybe I'll do this. Where's the Patient Guard coming from? Resolve generated. Ah, it's just like the 1 point from Shroud. Okay. Kinda cool actually. So 30% damage, 10 dodge. Counterattacks cooldown reduced by 0.5 seconds per stack of ferocity. I mean, you can have something like 15 stacks of ferocity. Which makes it like 7.5 seconds. Like, you could actually get to the point where you just have permanent counterattack, man. With like a tiny gap in between. Because you can only extend it up to 6 seconds. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe there is no gap. Maybe that's just get to the 5th way to become invincible. So that's 100% block, 100% vuln damage reduction. Let's just go 100% dodge. 100% DR from injured. They have way too many ways to get 100% DR on this class. It's kind of funny. Now the question is, do we want Ravager? Minimum ferocity increased by 2. And this is maximum ferocity. Nah, I don't think we care about Ravager damage here. I think I'd rather go for the Hunter. I'd actually like to get 4 more points to put points in there for the cooldown. Because I don't really have a lot of cooldown reduction, so I cannot really use the Hunter very often. So this may not be worth it. But maybe we're gonna go Soar instead to have an Unstoppable, for example. And don't do these shenanigans. On the other hand, it is kind of cool and it lasts quite a while. Is there any cooldown on any of this stuff? No, we have like 0 cooldown on this build. We could run the Soul Boots just for the cooldown. Because if we don't have the ferocity stuff, it would feel pretty good. And it gives us extra resources. And then we could do Kipileke. What else is there? 20% damage to slowed. So that's 20% damage to slowed, there's 40% damage to feared. We don't slow anything by 80% anyway. Some block chance. 70% chance to cast a free concussive stomp. Okay. This thing is quarter stuff, so it has block. We have block here. How else do we gain block chance? With the power here, right? Block chance per resolve stack. And block damage reduction. Well, you have a barrier. We don't really have barriers. This means we probably don't really go for the block stuff either. Is there another good passive? Like, I have some block chance, but I don't really have like crazy block synergies. Yeah, you can get 100% block and 100% block reduction on some builds. There's a ring, for example, that gives you patient guard ranks. And then you can like temper patient guard everywhere, and you can actually get to 100% reduction with blocks. Actually, you don't even need that. There's also the aspect. There's also block reduction aspect. Here, 45, so it's actually very easy with that. And actually, as realized, gain critical strike damage equal to 105% of your block chance. Blocking doubles this bonus for 10 seconds. That was a lot of fucking damage, man. So this is 70, 140, 280 on a two-handed weapon. And blocking bonus lasts 10 seconds, so this is very easy to keep up. 10 seconds is a long time. And the last time I played, you could get over 100% block chance. So this actually scales beyond 100% block chance. So if you have like 200% block chance, it's even more. I'm not sure if that's still the case. But maybe we don't do the Rod of Kipileke and we actually put this thing on a two-handed. And then we go for Aspect of Interdiction here. This is 15% block chance per resolve stack. So if you actually permanently have, let's say, 10 resolve, you're gonna have like 150 block. Plus whatever else we get from a weapon, we have like 200% block. And then we get 280 times 2, it's like 560% damage. This might be stronger than this, actually. Because I just realized we also are not using any benefits of this right now. Core skills are now additional basic skills, so we should actually run adaptability. And we should run Moonrise, which is kind of hilarious. And I'm not doing either of them, because we have Ring and Ring here. But this could be Moonrise. This could be adaptability. But it doesn't really fit in, I think. If you want to play with the Pestilence Swarms. And I think the Pestilence Swarms are going to be kind of crucial for like a good AoE clear. Because they're just going to like float around you. And you kind of like, you're just like a walking shredder. You just walk into the pack. So I think you kind of want this. So I think we do this. And the good thing is also we don't constantly spend all of our resources all the time. Like with the Rod of Kipileke. But it also has 21 Corsica ranks, man. What the fuck, dude? That's so many ranks. It might still be better, as long as you get a Midnight Sun. But maybe before that we would go Redirected Force. This is like a 420% bonus. I mean, there's also a chance that block chance is actually kept at 100%. these days. So maybe this was just something in like an early version or so, where blockchains was going above 100%. I guess the other problem is that resolve is not 100% consistent. So here's resolve generated, here's maximum resolve stacks. It's 6, 8, 14. What other defensive powers do we have besides the blocking? Casting a non-basic mobility skill grants 8 resolve. Interesting. So even with Rushing Claw, for example. Because Rushing Claw, boom, 8 resolve. You gain resolve for each 10 vigor, you gain over 100. So this also kind of gives you like infinite resolve basically on a build like this. Because of Midnight Sun. We have all this like maximum resolve and resolve generated, and then show how consistent this will really feel. We gain 2 resolve per 5 seconds. That's really not much. But when we activate our tide, we also cap out instantly. And then we have 8, 14 resolve. So we can take 14 hits, but you have barely any cooldown reduction. So it'll take forever to get armor tide back. Like when I played with this on low level, it was kind of like terrible because you just didn't have synergies, you didn't have cooldown. And right now we still don't have cooldown on this build. Now so we change our boots. Could just go for the stall boots no matter what. Remove the hunter from the setup. And then we get a lot of points back from this stuff. That's 3, 4, 7, 10 points. Put 3 into the sword. Get the unstoppable there. And honestly, I think that's what you want to do here. There's not a huge upside to using the hunter, I think. Okay, we get a damage buff here. For a few seconds. And then we get this here. But maybe this is not what we want to do. So you have even more resource generation. You have the cooldown. What's my move speed here? Terrible. Move speed is terrible. So maybe go for this. I don't actually have this life thing here now. And now we could also benefit from unrestrained that we actually have here. And get those points. Because this gives us... Yeah, I think that's actually a good idea. This is 4 seconds unstoppable, so as long as we do a soar, actually we don't even need soar on the bar. Our evade is now sore if you want. But we can just do it anyway, I guess. I just realized for the other build as well, I don't really need it on a bar. Because it's just evade, right? You just evade, evade, evade. You don't actually cast it. But anyway. This gives us unstoppable nearly all the time. Effectively all the time, if you want to. Which means we can benefit from this damage passive suddenly, and that's actually better than whatever you can put on the boots. Plus we get ridiculous amounts of cooldown for everything. We can cast Armored Hide all the time. And then we can also do more maximum resolve here, if you want. But we are losing the vortex size, I guess. So we should do this. So we have maximum resolve stacks here and here, giving us big DR. Okay, I need how many points? I need 1 more point for unrestrained. Why do I have 5 ranks in Mirage, man? This thing comes with Mirage ranks, man. Actually, I have 6 ranks in there. For no reason, man. Because I kind of want to hit 100% crit chance, but I'm not sure if I can. So maybe Mirage is actually useful. You want to dodge. It seems like it's going to be a fairly late game setup though, with the rod. This will probably not be very easy to get. This thing has a range roll, like a unique affix roll of 1 to 3%. And then needs to be 800. And then you want a GA on the core skill if you can. I mean, okay, the crit chance wouldn't hurt or so, but... Oof. Tough. True, we have unstoppable here as well. I forgot about that, actually. So maybe the sword stuff is... Yeah, when you have at least 5 stacks, you are unstoppable. You could also do the vulnerable stuff there. Instead of relying on the lucky hit. But I guess it's kind of nice that you have to back up, but you have unstoppable there, you have unstoppable here. Okay, maybe it's fine. We do this. Or maybe just say we don't need to go Gorilla thing, we just go Centipede. That is have like insane healing as well all the time. Maybe it's gonna do Centipede. But then we're gonna lose the harmony buff, right? We kinda want to Gorilla there. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do this with the vulnerable here. Just walk into packs. We have Pestilence Swarms floating around us. We get this here. Everything dies. What about a concussive stomp? Grants a barrier per enemy hit. And enemies recover, you dodge the next 3 attacks. That's actually crazy, man. You dodge the next 3 attacks. From all of them. Right? I guess it's like per monster. Crazy. Maybe I'm gonna throw in a concussive stomp, honestly. Because we have evade, soar anyway, like basically as much as we want. We always have soar. So maybe I'm gonna try to squeeze out 3 more points and get this here. And just stomp. Or you do payback for another unstoppable if you want. This is kinda useless. Touch of Death, I think, doesn't necessarily help us. Touch of Death Swarm bursts every second. Has a long cooldown, but not really. You heal any remaining swarm when the swarm hatches. I mean, currently, this setup doesn't actually have, like, really healing. So maybe a Touch of Death is not a bad idea. There's also Scourge. Hitting enemy affected by Scourge has a 50% chance to lifesteal 35% of the damage done. Okay. Fears and slow them. Yeah, the problem is that you just kind of like fear everything away, which kind of sucks. It's a 50% slow. This used to be 80% slow. So you press Scourge and they're feared and they barely move. But the 50% slow, they will run away. Each time you hit an enemy, you gain 1% increased damage to versus crowd controls for 6 seconds. That's a lot of damage actually. But how do we crowd control? We don't really have crowd control in this setup. Unless we somehow get barriers reliably and then use the vortex stuff. We can do concussive. I mean, the Scourge itself has a crowd control, I guess. But I don't think we'll need it. I'll probably just like dash in, vortex, concussive stomp, and we're just chilling. I think that's actually what I want to do. It actually knocks them down for longer with extra ranks. And I can get the last point here in unrestrained. 28% damage while unhindered or unstoppable. You can also get it from toxic skin actually, the unhindered. So I actually have multiple ways of applying this. Unrestrained is pretty good, I think. I really wonder if they're gonna nerf this item, man. Just gone off the earth. I think this is gonna find its way into many builds just because. This is so much cooldown and the resources. And it gives you unstoppable whenever you need it. Like it's pretty wild. In this case I don't even go for the unstoppable because we already have. But yeah. And like in this case it also allows me to press my armored hide like every 6 seconds. We can do concussive stomp every 2.5 seconds. We can do a vortex every 3 seconds. We can do toxic skin every 3.5 seconds. Yeah, by the way, you have infinite resources. There is also a ring that has a lot of cooldown. Here, the midday hunt. Maximum vigor is increased by 50%. While you have any ferocity, your poisoning is still... Actually, I just realized this effect is only while you have ferocity. So if I don't have ferocity, then I don't actually have this 33% poison duration. So maybe I should try to get this ring in there as well. What is the other one we just had? The Breathing Moon. Okay, we kind of need this one for a Stinger build. Because of the Pestilence Swarm's orbit. That's kind of important. It would be interesting to make like a second version of Stinger that does not go Noxious Resonance and goes, for example, Vital Strikes. And then doesn't have Scorn of the Earth, but has that other ring. And it's like more of like a, just like poison them up kind of setup. $77 with one master crit, is it real? I don't know. But for now, it's pretty good, yeah. This item. I think this item could like just have this line and nothing else, and it would still be used in quite a bunch of builds. That's kind of how good it is, I feel. Okay, so what do? We go to a core skill, I guess. Cast a non-channel core skill, and then... This is 20 core skill cast to get a Warcry. That's a lot, actually. Franks are all skills. Petrify. Vortex, Chancing Shout. Dark Shroud is also kind of cool, actually. Maybe he's gonna do Dark Shrouds. It's 40% DR. I mean, we don't really have a lot of DR on this build. And then what else? Stand Still. Cast a skill with a cooldown. I mean, we are casting a lot of stuff with cooldowns. Gives 50. This is 150 offering. So after 6 core skills, you get in 1 Dark Shroud. What if you're gonna neither Warcry nor Petrify? Because we're Spiritborn, we say we don't care. And we just go like Decrepify and Dark Shroud. Then this is just our damage reduction. Which is kind of funny to think about. Doesn't work on the pit bosses though. To Decrepify. So maybe it's like a standstill petrify angle here. If you ask me. Let me do emeralds. You have to make the paragons. So I don't do the Mythic circles, but it's a Pestilence Swarm glyph, right? Which is like consumption. Oh yeah, you deal 2% increased damage for each active Pestilence Swarm and Touch of Death Swarm. I mean, Touch of Death is only up to 3 anyway. We could throw this in the skill bar if you wanted, which would also give us healing. Instead of the concussive stomp. I guess it's an option. It says Stinger size, Vortex size. We have like no CC though, if I don't go for the Stomp. The Stomp is kind of nice because it gives us the CC and the dodge. It's gonna make it very consistent. Very tanky. Because there's no CC. But yeah, we need to find some form of healing. How do you have skill points in the skill tree planner? You can right click. But it follows the game rules. So you need to have certain points spent, you know, further up in the tree to go down. So maybe it prevents you from resetting something when you don't have enough points spent. Spiritborn is not available yet, but soon TM. I also just realized I think I will have a serious resistance problem with this build if I don't go Terrors. So maybe I can't do Shroud of False Death, but I kind of want to. Let's see what I can do. But currently my resistances are minus 28. Nice. So let's see what I can do with that. We might have a little problem here. So we're on convergence, that goes in every build. Can't do this. When you dodge or block an attack, you gain attack speed and damage for 5 seconds, okay. After person chance to knock down vulnerable enemies. When I cast 3 Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, Centipede spells, and just same spirit in a row. So we can do like Stinger, Toxic, Stinger, and you would get it, for example. Or we can do Soar, 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 or we can do Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw. So those are the options. So I think this is fine. Drive is fine. We need one more. Nope. Maybe. Nope. Nope. Maybe. So Infighter was revealing. There's Crowd, Centipedes, Area. Doesn't look that crazy. I think Infighter does. It's also just like more consistent. It's also block and dodge and stuff. Okay, I kind of like that. Okay, so what are the glyphs? Consumption is an int glyph. So what's an int board here? That's 49 int. That's 59 int. Heck yeah. Interesting. This is a life on hit. I wonder if that's actually going to be a thing with the life on hit. That'll be very useful, actually, for this build, to have the life on hit here. Even with just a little bit. Okay, everything is super far away here. But we want to get this here. Dodge and lucky hits. Okay. Maybe just want to pick all of that. Okay. Something like that. So here, everything seems very low. 40 strength, 30 int, 80 dex. Everything seems so low. So there's a Bane, which has poison damage. Poison damage. We could run it. There's Kenny. Okay, that's a bunch of stuff. Guess for now this would be a dex Glyph you want to put here though. What else is there? This is a strength, this is an int. Then there's a headhunter, but it's not that great here. Centipede skills, dex. That's only damage to crowd controls. Casting an incarnate skill grants you 50% damage reduction for 7 seconds. But the primary effect is only damage with incarnate skills. Like sometimes I don't even deal damage. Well, I guess mildly, like Toxic Skin. Technically does damage, but not really. Armored Tide does nothing. And then there's Ravager. I guess Ravager is the only one that would maybe fit there. We could do Crit Glyph. How about that? Critical strike damage. I'm not sure if that's really what I want to do here. Okay, conversions. You want this, and this, and this. And this is a strength or int angle. So we got Bane for that. Okay, then we have Sapping. As res, dodge, attack speed, dodge, armor, sure. And this has a bunch of int and a lot of dex. It's actually a headhunter angle, I think, if you ask me. Willpower is healing received. And then we have Infighter. Do we have tracker glyph on this class? No. We have turf, which is close damage. But I think we're not actually always hitting close enemies only. Well, mostly though. Interestingly, there's 29 willpower in range. Why is it 29? There's fucking a willpower node here on this class. So I haven't put canny yet. Okay, here's also a hone. Dealing damage with Jaguar skills, increase the crit chance by 1%. And then 28 crit damage. The crit damage is most of what we do. We do poison stuff up a little bit, but then we kind of like finish them with our noxious resonance, I guess. So this would be an option, but it's not really the best. Counter ritual. But their hone, there's Fester with centipede scales. Do 2% increased damage for each stack of resolve you have. So wait a minute, this actually works. I can do colossal. This is a strength. Because with harmony we can actually use this glyph. Because it's suddenly a gorilla skill as well. Which is kind of interesting. There's some block chance. It's actually kind of crazy to get 2% block chance on like a small magic node. Or like a dodge here and there and these kind of things here. Dodge, dodge. So maybe like this. There's fire res. Okay, how's my resistances now? Dude, terrible. And I have like no way to get resistances because if unique ring, I think you just literally have to replace Shroud of False Death with material. Like there's like no way around it. Like this ring will never get close enough to have enough res. I think it's just material's angle and that's it. Even with all these passes you lose. I can't. It's actually sad, man. Also I have a problem here. This is per stack of ferocity. I can't actually use furnace right now. And I wonder if furnace would actually apply to something like noxious resonance. Critical strikes cause enemies to burst for 100% of the total poisoning as direct damage to themselves and surrounding enemies. So technically this is not a Jaguar skill, I guess. Unless the skill that hits, that has the Jaguar attack actually applies to this noxious resonance explosion. Yeah, it's hard, man, on this class. Like usually I would put like, you know, res here, res there, and like a res temper here or something. And yeah, we can remove something like resolve stacks temper, right? And then put res. But do we want to do that? Not really. It's so good. We also get damage from it, right? Here, from a colossal. 2% increased damage for each stack of resolve. So if you have like 20 resolve stacks or something, that's 40% damage. Instead of like 16, for example, from having 8. Plus we have the unsolvable there all the time. Yeah, I think this is actually a terrorist angle. Funny enough, not enough res anyway. This is a res. This is all res actually. Interesting. And this as well. This also has all res. Kind of wild actually. Yeah, there's no glyphs that can really help with the res. I mean, there's like magic buffing nodes and rare buffing nodes, but there's no res in like the radius of a glyph. There's like one of two exceptions, like on some boards there's like res, but here like this for example has life and poison res. Like this is not even a glyph node, even before the update, because glyph nodes always have main stat. They have like one effect and main stat, and then in the past there used to be one offensive and one defensive node in glyph radius, and now they removed all of the defensive nodes out of glyph radius and put them elsewhere. So I think this is just outdated and it's not actually true. So even if we try to like put a glyph here that busts this, then one of our resistances will be fine and the rest will still be shit. And then, okay, the thing is we don't have that many slots to really put anything. Okay, we can remove like an attack speed roll here to put a res on a glove, but that's also pretty awful. We just have a bunch of extra poison res here, and that's it. So the question is, did I lose any important passives now? No, I don't think so. I also don't need poison res with anti-venom. Yeah. Okay, you can get 45 or 60% poison res here, it's true. I don't actually have the points for it right now though. Like I'm already kind of thin on all the points, but we can probably move this. We could do this. I guess we also do like 1-on-1 anyway. This like caps out our poison res, which is nice. We get 20% healing, which is also nice. I wonder if we would actually want to go back to one of the ultimate abilities now, since they have the Soul Boots. If you can cast an ultimate like every 10 seconds, it's a lot of damage from Supremacy, for example. Or Protector. Or Hunter. Or Devourer. Oh man. I think I'm not gonna run a Seeker. I think Seeker is more something like, if you play like a build that has like insane AoE potential and then just kind of like need something for the boss, and you want to activate all your bonuses on the boss, then you just like spam Seeker on the boss. And that's it. And ultimate skill ends, you gain 5 stacks of Supremacy. Are there long-term plans to improve Maxwell Planner on mobile? As far as I know, not right now. Max damage over time. Nah, it's like both. There's like a crit and dot build. We don't want to just go damage over time. I guess you're gonna put something like centipede damage or so. It's kind of interesting because the Pestilence Swarms do not actually count as centipede skills. But then there's this one aspect here where we spawn a Pestilence Swarm that deals X% of Stinger's base damage. And that should actually count. And then you have this here where that spawns Pestilence Swarms, and they also don't scale directly with the skill. So you have a bunch of Pestilence Swarms that do relatively little, and then you have like the really strong ones here. Actually, I just realized we don't have to be that worried about running out of resources or anything like that, right? So how the builds actually work? They will be free to cast. I guess free to cast means they don't actually generate anything, but free to cast, no matter what. They can always attack with the Rod of Kapaleke, which is very nice. At maximum vigor, your core skills instead deal normal damage and consume all vigor to critical strike. A 300% increased critical strike damage for each point spent. Now that's also interesting actually, because we don't actually need crit chance, right? This thing comes with crit chance, interestingly, but we don't actually need crit chance. If we always have this effect, we always crit. We don't need crit chance. That's pretty balanced as well, I think. Problem is this thing has crit. It has crit damage, okay. But you wouldn't need crit chance on a glove at least. So maybe this is just like a max life angle. This consume maybe don't get it back. Yeah, I mean, you spend all of your vigor at once. Boom, you know, gone. I mean, realistically, the idea is that every crit will just sustain the next one, right? Like, you just stand there and you crit all the time. Like, this ring will just give you infinite resources, basically. Unless this vigor consumption does not count as spending in the last 2 seconds. I guess then it will be a bit harder, but you'll probably still get to the point where you have so much resource gen. Like the boots give you 35%, this could be more actually if I wanted. You know, I could do this stuff here. 60% resource gen, but let's just say it's fine. Stuff like that. How many Pestilence Swarms can you get from Tarun? Yeah, there is also the Pestilence Swarm stuff. But you have no idea how good they are. But I guess I could throw them in there. Stand still for 0.3 seconds. So basically once a second I would just like spawn the swarms, right? Which is also not terrible. Or every 4 core skill casts I get one. Yeah, I don't know. How to say. And this means also maybe instead of Petrify I want to do the War Cry. Just to Pestilence Swarms anyway. More swarms. Which gives also more resources and more damage and everything. But yeah, basically my expectation is that once you have the setup going, you will always crit and always get a rod effect. So you guys gonna like 420% extra crit damage all the time. Then the question is, does this also apply to like the Pestilence Swarms that come out of the Stinger, for example? So maybe this is actually not how it works. And if it's not how it works, then we would have to probably rethink this entire build and go for unyielding hits aspect on a two-handed or something like that. Just use the unique with 17 all skills and does not matter which build you use. Nah, the Mythic unique is massively overrated, I think. Cap of endgame armor and res. You need 1000 armor and 70 res. And you get a penalty of 1000 armor and 100 res. In tone 4. So we need 2000 and 170. Yeah, realistically, I don't really expect this Pestilence Swarm that comes out of this to be really good. But maybe like to get us online early game, this could be nice, but I can do the Warcry here. What Mirage? I guess it's got like all in an attack speed here. And then this would be an unrestrained angle. Maybe the crit there. The thing is that the Pestilence swarms. Like we go probably for crit or something, right? Maybe not. Your critical strikes cause enemies to burst 100% of their poison damage. Now that's actually kind of interesting. Do these Pestilence swarms also trigger Noxious Resonance? That would be wild actually, right? Because you're gonna get so many hits that they're just gonna explode all the time, like boom, 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 boom. With the Pestilence swarms. It doesn't say that it needs to be a skill. Or that it needs to have like a hit or anything. So in that case, we actually do want crit anyway, even with the rod. Also have a point left. So I'm not sure if I should go for an alt instead of concussive, for example. We need a lot of points. Could remove something auspicious. I just need to finish this here, so this was the head on a Glyph. And there's also this here that we have to remember. If you can somehow spawn insane amounts of Pestilence swarms from runes. What's the cost of this Pestilence swarm thing? 100. 100 is quite a bit actually. But it does have some merit here, 2% damage. Got drive, convergence. Now, can we actually get enough additive damage? We have like barely any additive damage, right? There's nothing. Here's a bunch of elite. Here's 50. Nothing. 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 As well as I have like super low additive. It's a bunch of crit damage, I guess. A bunch of all damage. A bunch of poison. Okay, maybe it's not too bad because the glyphs kind of save it. But now we can do centipede damage, pestilence swarm damage. Also, I realized if we go for the Rod of Capilec, we can't do the Stinger hits twice. Or what kind of temper is that? Unequip. Chance for Stinger to extra hit. 77%. That's also kind of big, actually. Yeah, I didn't put the Spiritborn builds there yet. It's just like the second one I'm working on. There's like so many things to consider. build also has very low life when I go 30 rod. I guess it's like a vulnerable damage angle, right? So I wonder how good a setup like this would be if you're like, I don't know, centipede damage? Is there something else? I wonder if I should just not run Harmony Helm, man. I may be better off without it. It's kind of funny to think about. And then we do... not creeping death, I guess. Go to the Mythic Circle stuff. Drop the Harmony. Go for the Ferocity stacks. Remove Scorn of the Earth. The problem is you have to trigger the Mystic Circles all the time. That's like the main problem we have here. There's redirected force, so that's like another thing we could do. We could do block chance. Per resolve stack. We have 6 stacks. 9. Wait, why does it go from 6 to 9 with one upgrade? What the hell? How's our armor here? Atrocious. Okay, what else do we have here? Counterattack charges. Crash, resource generation, hunter cooldown. Vigorous endurance. Go to rushing claw charges. It's kind of interesting to think about. Six maximum resolve stacks, 6 rushing claw charges. That looks so funny as a temper on the neck. That looks really weird. Okay. I think it's like armor roll on neck is gonna be pretty much staple in my builds on Spiritborn, I feel. Because you almost always want to go either for the Harmony Helm or the other helm. And otherwise you go for Perdition Helm or something, or... Yeah, Shaco has armor, I guess, if you could do that. Very often you're gonna have Tyrio's Mind to get our resistances. And then we just need to go armor, I guess. It is what it is. Also Resium. We are actually a bit overcapped. So we have quite a bit of armor cap now. Ugh. So this is 15 maximum resolve stacks. So you have 23. Big DR. Deal 2% increased damage for each stack of resolve. So instead of rushing claw charges, we could also... I mean, every... Wait a minute, why does it say 10 per 20 seconds? $13 per 20 seconds. What the hell? Wait, does it actually just recharge all of them? Interesting. Oh, they nerfed this. Using Russian's Claw last charge with refill 4 charges, consuming 4 stacks of ferocity can only occur once every 20 seconds. They nerfed this. Okay. Like this 20 seconds cooldown wasn't there before. I didn't realize that. So in that case, the ferocity stuff is actually not that crazy. When Russian Claw hits an elite enemy, you gain 10% increased dodge chance of 3 seconds. Alright, so in that case, we're gonna get lots of charges. I think it's not a bad idea to put Russian Claw charges there. Just to kind of keep the pace high. So we store around, we Russian Claw around, Vortex them in, spam Stinger, everything dies. Basically like that. The bitter medicine, I think it's probably just a decimal error. But I mean, we haven't seen it, so I don't know. I guess it's like 130%. And not 13,000%. That seems a bit weird. On the other hand, I mean, you have to lose and heal 100% of your life. No idea, man. Maybe this is accurate, actually. So it won't work with overhealing, I guess. And it would be kind of interesting to just like not go for any uniques and just kind of like go max resolve everywhere. Get a 15 maximum resolve stacks on 4 slots. So you can have 68 maximum resolve charges. 70. So if this is additive damage reduction per stack of resolve, then you are just invincible. If it's not, then it's still pretty good though. Jacinth unique. Yeah, I mean, you can do Jacinth. Then you can do this is probably more something for like the Fawns builds because of the bruiser aspect, right? Yeah, you want to be low life for bruisers. So you do like Gorilla, Spirit Hall to get barriers, Jacinth, Chest to get low life, and then bruisers. And then you throw in like an unyielding hits here. I mean, this is also a lot of damage. But yeah, I like this need to go for Gorilla Primary Spirit Hall or a Gorilla Skill. I mean, there may be ways to play, like, for example, Crushing Fist without Thorns. Just as like a raw attack damage build. I guess at some point I have to start doing some math. And we have to make like sheets or something. Like how much does this actually do? Too many things to think about. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. There's so many combos. They did a pretty good job, actually. It's very fun to like theory craft this class, come up with some stuff. The thing is also, I don't know exactly how everything works. So, you know, some combos are just unknown. Like, you know, for example, does all this crit damage actually, like, you know, work properly for like Noxious Resonance? Or, you know, is Noxious Resonance affected by all these passives here? Like, I mean, who knows? So, but now, for example, I just removed this, even though I have the Jaguar thing. Like, do the Pestilence Swarms, for example, get the skill tags? Or the Spirit Hall tags? For example, here it says that the Pestilence Swarms deal damage based on the Stinger's base damage. So does it actually then work with all of the tags that the Stinger has or not? I don't know. So I guess we'll see. The thing is, if we don't go for the Rod of Kapileke, then we don't need the Midnight Sun Ring. If we don't need the Midnight Sun Ring, then I could go for the other cooldown ring, and then we don't need the boots. And if I have boots, then I can go for like Ferocity boots. Ah, man. For example, I think we might not want to go for the Rod of Kapileke, because Noxious Resonance most certainly won't work with that. This is only for the core skills. Deal increased damage, and so on. So it would probably be like a, you know, a different build. Maybe like a Rake or something. And not go Noxious Resonance. It's like a more pure crit build. I think this would make more sense. But they lose 21 ranks to our core skill. So right now this is 430% damage. Then unequip. Now we have 13 ranks. So this alone is almost double damage. Where this crit thing here is 40, 280 bonus. It's like almost quadruple. Then we get also almost a double damage from the Stinger extra hit. I suppose the Stinger extra hit also could spawn a second Pestilence Swarm. And then we start getting extra benefits on that. From the Glyph and so on. Yeah, payback core skill thing is kind of interesting. But the thing is that it doesn't remove the cooldown, no? Unless the Kapileke actually does remove payback's cooldown. I don't know. It says they are free to cast, which could include no cooldown. That would be like a real way to make a payback build. Because otherwise it's very hard to make a payback build. Free to cast could mean that it works with payback. This weapon basically gives me half my life, by the way. Look, I have 4,000 life. And then I go to almost 8,000. Just on this one life roll here on the two-handed. Because I have like no life anywhere. There's like one item of life. Two. No, no, no. On max when equipped, it says 0 cooldown. Oh, does it actually say that? Let's see. I mean, then this means that logic is there. Then this is probably how it works. Here it says this Vigor cost though. For the other skills. But here it says cooldown 0. What the fuck? But this is before it becomes a core skill though. Without taking this. So I think this might just be buggy. But now it says 15. Very sus. I think it could be very interesting to try to make a build that uses a Kabaleki and Payback. And then you can even go for like adaptability, Moonrise. And just kind of like, you know, do stuff like that. To be honest, the Stinger build does not look like the one that I imagined I would make when I set out to do this. It's kind of interesting. I'm not really sure if we're gonna get rid of the Gorilla secondary that often. I mean, Centipede is very nice. It gives like insane healing. Maybe I'll just throw it in there. But then we can't really lose the Harmony Helm. So there are other ways to build this. Not go Harmony, go Centipede. You have like an insane healing. Maybe not even go Jaguar. Don't go Harmony. Then we can maybe go and prop from the Mythic circles. We could also try to make a Stinger build that doesn't rely on Noxus Resonance and critting at all. Just go Poisoning. Go like Vital Strikes or something like that. Maybe I should rename this. Because I'm probably gonna make a second version of this at some point that's like a pure poison thing. Or maybe like a Stinger version that doesn't run Pestilence Swarms. Could also work. That could even be more damage potentially. It's the next Anti-Visage build. Yeah, we could do Anti-Visage with Noxus Resonance. We could try to make a Quill Volley Anti-Visage build. Because you get a lot of lucky hit from Quill Volley. And lots of opportunities to trigger Noxus Resonance. Which is kind of wild. Some more info on the season. How much more info do you want? This Quill Stutter Step. Yeah, I mean you can like attack, move. Like I use this. I think it's actually one of the best like early game builds as well. Go Quill Volley. I should actually start working on some early game builds as well, like leveling builds and stuff. I guess we'll see. Actually, maybe I'll try to make that. Let's try to make like a leveling build. No Paragons and shenanigans. So probably something like that. So we get like Vigor Regeneration and this. We can do a Soar. Probably want to go for Ravager. Ravager is pretty nutty. Only makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds, so that's very nice. Vulnerable, still less damage to you. Okay, so what does it look like right now? Quill Volley, Thunder, Roar, Ravager. We have 2 more. We don't really care about Armored Hide in the early game. It's actually Codex Power, the rebounding aspect, so that's very nice. Jaguar. Actually, I mean, they nerfed the Rushing Claw reset. But it still kind of doubles our Rushing Claw users, basically. I can throw in an alt. No. There's counterattack. There's also Scourge. Can 50% damage to crowd controlled enemies. Are we crowd controlling anything? Not by default. So maybe this will be like the leveling setup, kind of. Hunter overfills your ferocity by 4. Because you 100% increase damage to injured enemies. It's kind of nice to execute bosses as well. And then we will probably start this with Prodigy's Tempo. Or this. I mean, in the early game we don't have that much dex or something. And this eagle thing gives us speed. I mean, that's also not terrible. And then as soon as you get a Cursed Touch, you go Vital Strikes. Maybe we'll go Vital Strikes anyway. Because technically... Okay, I'm not sure how it works, but it says makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds if they're hit with at least 3 feathers at once. So this might work on both the outgoing and the returning. So you might get 2 vulnerable procs and 2 vulnerable consumptions, giving you 10 vigor. This thing costs 25. And then we get 15 extra. And someone moving. So something like that could be like an early game setup. Dark Citadel doesn't have any info. You get damage is increased by 9% of your movement speed bonus. That sounds like a lie. Because they don't have movement speed bonus, and we still have 9% damage for some reason. Potent is very good. What other like codex powers do we have here? I really can't search a codex anymore. Uh-oh. That used to be a thing. I need to tell Rith. Okay, that doesn't work. But you can search for the text. Let's check what else is there in the codex for Spiritborn. Payback. I guess like all of the main skill aspects are in the dungeons. There's some spirit feather stuff. Stinger spawns a pestilence swarm. This is a rake one. This is actually very good here. Kills extend duration of your active touch of death source by 0.2. And as long as you placed early, it bursts off 450% of the damage it would have done. That's crazy. This could be interesting as well, the Fell Soothsayer. Something like Payback, where you do like a big hit and then kapow. And then the chain reacts. Your eager skills gain 50% increased crit chance against them. So we can actually go for this from Codex. And it's only 10%. But it's something. Soul Chain. This is kind of nice. Casting a non-basic mobility skill grants 12 resolve. It's actually a lot of resolve. There's also this here, gain resolve for each. 20 vigor, gain over 100. Okay. Casting Rushing Claw extends the duration of your active incarnate skills by 0.38. Up to 3 seconds. That's nothing. Oh, it's kind of funny actually, this Bruiser's aspect might unironically be kind of useful in the early game. Because you don't really have any way to stack a lot of armor. But if you take heavy damage, then suddenly, boom, you have like a lot of armor. And thorns. And it's a Codex power, but the thing is the Codex power is like nothing. 1 thorns. Nice. This one is kind of nice. Once the enemy is slowed by at least 80%, they also become feared. Any gorilla build for next season? That's gonna be many. I haven't done any separate Zotic build yet. Just want to see what's the Codex power set that we can use on this class. Soar casts Vortex at its landing location. That's kind of cool. This is probably worth completing. Just like soar in, everything's vortexed. Feels good. Oof, not that many good Codex powers though that I would hope for. After you evade, your next core skill dashes to your target and does increase damage. Okay. What is that defensive thing? Not bruiser. There's a resolve thing. Okay, so I get one resolve. When it casts a non-basic ability skill. Cause the next one has a strike to strike in a circle around you. Yeah, it's kind of whatever actually. I guess you just want to go fast. For like early game, you need like speed and damage. And not really defense. And this has speed and damage. So one thing you could do is this. Is that a good mobility aspect? Maybe just Wind Striker, but it's 8.5 movement. I mean, don't really want to go and do this. That's kind of nice, maybe. Every second while moving, you gain 10% bonus movement speed for 2 seconds up to 30. So as long as you stutter step around, I guess you might be able to keep this up. I'm not sure. That seems relatively nice. And then only other like offensive powers, I don't know, we can do like Edge Masters for 10% damage or some shit. But otherwise, not that much here actually from Codex. It's actually 5% only. Boah. Wasn't it 10 in the past? Now it's 5? Oh my god. I'm not even gonna go in imprint this, man. Yeah, yikes. So these are the 3 powers, I guess, that we go for, huh? 1 mobility, 1 defensive. No, it's actually utility. 1 offensive. I mean, this is level 36, 37. We have 27 points left. That doesn't make sense. I should get 23. We have 44 points spent. 12 from Renown. I get the first one at level 2. This will be level 45. Minus 12. So it's 33. Yes, so that's level 33. 60 minus 27 is 33. Okay. Actually, I just realized you get the ultimates, the key pass of these days earlier. You used to get it at level 25, but now you get level 23. Kinda good. Yeah, look how much we can take out. Yeah, that's level 23. Vital strikes. Kinda big. Okay, 1% increased critical strike damage per stack of ferocity. And we have 5 stacks with Jaguar. So it's 5% damage if we crit all the time. If we crit like half the time, not really that crazy. What is this planar thing? And we're trying to make a build for the next season. I'm just trying to learn how to make Spiritborn builds. Yeah, I think something like that sounds pretty good. And this is level 34 now. Should we make some steps here? Is there like any other important passes I have not taken here? We currently don't have healing or barriers. But I think that's okay. Actually, there's healing from fueled. We should get that. 5% life on kill is really good. And you're gonna have to like all the time basically. So that's gonna feel pretty good. We do have the hunter that we're currently not really using for anything. So we can pick up these passives here, especially supremacy. It's very good to like just finish bosses, 100% extra damage to injured. And then supremacy as well. And also this. Hitting enemies if augment skills heals you for 2%. This also gives you lots of healing if you do like 1 point there. Last potency, defensive or focus skill. So this could be a Ravager. Counter this. I wonder if I should actually put more points into Ravager. I think it actually does quite significant damage. When I tried this, it seems like Ravager early game was actually kind of carrying a lot. Okay. So this will be like a level 36 snapshot. I have a plan of the previous build. You mean the Stinger one? I can have that. Yeah. I'll start putting them into Discord as well. Once we get there. I'm just trying to figure out how to make like an early game labeling build here, and then I'm gonna try to make one for the other types as well. So there's like a Quill Volley build, for example. You can definitely want to make for a Stinger. You can do one for Rake, you can do like a Thorns thing. I guess basic attack builds are not really a thing for early game. That's mostly like a late game thing, and once you have all the aspects like Moonrise, adaptability, they are not Codex powers. And also Seven Sonntag is like the unique stuff that you're gonna get later. Nobody's building Gorilla. Yeah, it's more complicated than some of the others, I think. But it's very powerful, I'm pretty sure. Like, I didn't find Crushing Hand to be very strong when I played a bit in the game. But I think once you go ham with like the Thorn stuff later, it's actually gonna pop off. I think at some point it might be nice to like remove Thunder Spike and, for example, get Resilient in there. And then casting Greater Skill, Grand Cities, and Life. And let's go Rock Splitter. We save a point like this. We just do the swap here. I think I even want to knock back. I just want to get, like, you know, a hit here and there. When you block, it grants 11 vigor. Actually very nice. So you get 15 block there. If you have a quarter staff, that's 60 block. 70 block. It's actually pretty nice. As long as you use a quarter staff. They don't need this jabbing here. You want to unleash the inner King Kong. Yep. I mean, you can make a build where you just like summon the protector all the time. Permanently. I'm making a Spiritborn right now. The new class. I wonder if we do other swaps as well. So what level is this now? This is level 38. So I want to put a few more points, I guess, in stuff. See any other important passes you want to take here? Don't we have resolved yet, just yet. We could do unrestrained. We have unstoppable here. Have any other unstoppable though? Not really. We could also do the vulnerable there. We have vital strikes. So honestly, maybe you want to do this all the time. Because you go for vital. So build it like a druid. Yeah, I mean, it does have loads. It's like, you know, you can get different tags on your skills, you can do combos. Right now I'm doing like an early game build though. Not like, you know, this is like an late game build I made here. It's like an early game build. So I want to like see what we can do there when we level. I wonder how good it would be to just pick up Bastion and just kind of have stuff hit you with thorns. They didn't nerf the elixirs for some reason. So the level 1 elixir that gives you thorns gives you 150 thorns, which just kind of just kills everything. And this is 30% of your weapon damage as thorns. How much is that? When I say this, like, I don't know, a 300 item power weapon. Yeah, this has like 50 average damage. 52. For some reason also only 25 block chance, I just realized. The block chance raises with item power. Okay. So 30% of that is thorns. It's actually nothing, I guess. So let's not do that. But I think it might be slowly at a point where we have enough crit chance. Then we could also put the eagle crit thing. What? Wait, didn't I type crit? Ah, here it is. Maybe I did typo. Enemies you poison have 100% reduce the healing. Okay, we don't poison though. We can't actually do this. The Jaguar thing is just like a drop only. Okay. So maybe not. I'm not sure what's the item power exactly at like let's say level 50 for example. Are these cloned items now or not? They are cloned, okay. Oh well. They didn't say when it's a campfire, so I guess like end of the month or something. In like 2 or 3 weeks. And first of all, they have to like digest all the PDR feedback and, you know, do something with that. Okay, any enemy you kill while an ultimate skill is active grants a stack of supremacy. Each increasing your damage by 3% after 30. So basically it lasts for 10 seconds after the ult ends. 15 seconds. It's kinda nice. Kinda nice. When casting ultimate skill, the last potency defensive or focus skill you cast is reset, can be cast for free. So if we do like Soar, they can do it again. You can do like Soar, Alt, Soar. You can do like Rushing Claw, but yeah, not really. I wonder how actually how this works with Rushing Claw with the reset. But yeah, maybe it's gonna put like 1, 1, 1, 1 everywhere. Ah, shit. So this is level 44. What is this? I wonder if this is actually accurate. It says 3 charges, and they get 3.25 charges per 45 seconds. Oh, it's just like 45 divided by 3.25. It's like 13.8 seconds. That would be kind of wild actually, if you get one ultimate use without any cooldown every 13.8 seconds. I wonder if that's actually true. So maybe you want to do the Seeker instead of the Hunter. He does do some damage and stuff. Because of the ferocity. But here we have knockdown, crits, make everything vulnerable, we can get vital strikes. It could be kind of cool actually, just do this instead. And inside he might have more uses. Shit, I think I just deleted the wrong thing. Okay. So maybe do this. Now we're level 46 actually. And then what? Can put more points in here. Then we can do a furnace. Don't we have unstoppable uptime, do we? Or resolve. I wonder how good the Swift is. Mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to 1 second based on how far you travel with them. The thing is that Rushing Claw, I think, is always a fixed duration. So maybe that always gives you like a proc of this or something like that. So for example, you have a lot of cooldown reduction. Maybe you actually want to put like 3 points in Swift. And then you just have like infinite Rushing Claw like that. And Rushing Claw hits an enemy, you gain 10% dodge chance. It's also not bad since you can trigger Mirage that way. Could do this. This. And Ravager. Maybe we don't need a vigor velocity that much anymore. This is vigorous, this is velocity, okay. Yeah, let's do something like this here. Just kind of nice to get a barrier a little bit. Oh, fuck, I keep forgetting to make new variants all the time, man. I have to go back to this here. So, I think we didn't have this. But we had this. So there's 5 more points spent. 4 are here. And 1 is there. Then at 60 we max this out. Maybe we should do something like this earlier than this. Hi, Kirin. So there's 3 points, there's 4 points. That's 7 points difference, and then 7 points again. Get 2 there, 1 there. Do this swap here at the end. Put it in Ravager. Okay. So let's take this and go backwards. So this is level, what did we say, 36. So I need to do 100 hits to get potent up. So maybe they don't do this. Maybe we don't need this vulnerable thing either. So this is this is level 23 when you get the key passive. Should probably do like another step in between though. Let's say level 30 or something like that. Probably take this. Maybe just these here. So 29. And then at 36 we take, for example, Potent. The 1 point there. Actually we can use level 30. Just one in block there is kind of nice. I like that. Okay, let's take this and reduce further. So before Vital Strikes, before Alt, this is 4 points less. There's only Rushing Claw there, not much else. Maybe don't need the healing very much. Also don't need this very much. So that's level 15. Oops. And then pre-15. Yeah, at some point we have to remove Rushing Claw, I guess. What level do we get it? I think I kind of want the passive regeneration more than this one. We have 21 points spent, 15 left is like level 10. Something like that. So many level steps actually, with 60 levels. I made a Stinger build earlier. It's not exactly a pure poison build because it uses Noxious Resonance and critting and stuff. But there's like interesting ways to make like poison builds as well. There's like one ring where your poisons deal all of its damage in like only a third of the time. So it's like basically plus 200% DPS or your poisons as long as it's not an infinite fight. So you can like poison them up and instantly melt. It's kind of interesting. So I definitely want to try something like that. Okay, how many things can I remove here? So this is level 6. And then we do another one here, and this will be like level 1. Like that, so 1, 2, 3. Something like that. I mean, honestly, maybe Rookspot is just better. If you got like Helltide leveling and stuff, from the start you get 15 block, and even for shitty quarter stuff, you have another 20. So you have 35% block. And if you take this passive very early, then it's 45% block. So every second attack gives us like, basically every attack that hits us gives like on average 5 vigor. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'll consider. Maybe don't do the block stuff just yet, yeah. So this will be 29. And then this will be 35. Something like that, maybe. Level 1, but without the new zones, extra points. Yeah, I guess technically you don't have to 2 renown right at the start. On the other hand, you will get them after like 20 minutes or whatever anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter much. And then you will have it forever. Like I'm just counting the levels from, I mean, you could count the points as well, right? You can just say, okay, like, you know, 11 points, 16 points, 21 points and whatever, right? So this is another way to do it. This is just like with renown fully done, you have this level basically. Realistically, the first thing you do is going to do the campaign and the renown. And the renown, like, you're on the way basically about doing the campaign, so. Potent seems like a joke. If you hit something 100 times without killing it in the early game, you're in the wrong difficulty. Not necessarily. I mean, each cast already hits 16 times with Quill Volley. So it's like not even 6 casts to get 100 hits. I mean, okay, 6 casts is quite a bit, but you also have Ravagers, a Ravager here, and this Ravager, I'm not sure how often it hits, but I think it's like maybe 4 extra hits per attack or something like that. So yeah, that's like 5 hits or 5 attacks. You have potent fully stacked. You don't need to have it fully stacked, even like half stacked. Like after 2.5 attacks or something, this is already a 5% bonus. It's very strong. It also makes sure that you just kill bosses instantly, right? You're gonna do a bunch of strongholds and these kind of things. And I don't know, hell-type bosses, hellborn, like all the stuff that doesn't die instantly. And I mean, I don't take it instantly anyway. We take it, yeah, somewhere here. We could take it a bit later if you wanted. But I guess like around level 30 is like when stuff slows down slightly from the early game. So having something like this as like a backup to just deal a lot of damage against tough targets is nice, I think. The energy deals less damage to you. Maybe this should actually be the resilient here. Because at that point we have the key passive that just removes vulnerable all the time. And then we go for both anyway. Nah, so maybe just say fuck it. We just get it afterwards. And there's like this entire like ultimate cluster here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why did I get some points back actually? Wait, it's level 35, I just realized. And this has 1 more point spent. So I have to fix that. This is 35, which is accurate, and this is 34, which is not accurate. Which is the... Okay, here. Also, this still has the wrong ultimate. So I get 1 point here, put it in the block. And then... I guess we're gonna do like level 34. Can we do that? Okay. Do you know what Spiritborn has? It's not a witch doctor. It's like more like a jungle monk. Has a lot of like these animal things, yeah. There's like jaguar, gorilla stuff, centipede, and eagle. So you have like lots of like abilities there. And unfortunately I couldn't really make like any videos about Spiritborn so far. Because I never received my my footage from Blizzard. I actually need to ask him again, I probably just forgot about it. Because when I was there, I was like recording, but I never got my stuff with me. Unfortunate. I'd actually like to start making some content for it. I mean, for now I still have like PTR stuff to cover, so that's fine. I need to make my PTR video. I still need to make my Gamescom video. And then a bunch of builds on this PTR, so I guess you're gonna be busy for the next week. But yeah, then at the very latest I need to start pumping out some Spiritborn stuff. And the Eagle stuff was very fun. I mean, it did nerf the Razor Wings, like mega spam stuff now. But I can basically hammer it with this now. And there's another way to spam it. I guess especially late game, like a Razor Wings build might actually become a possibility. I think early game, it probably won't really deal enough damage. Because the thing is, Quill Volley, I mean, even at rank 1, it's 26% damage, which is like half of Razor Wings. So let's say Razor Wings hits twice. That's 100% damage. And Quill Volley hits 5 times. So that's 130. And then it also comes back with up to, for example, 68% of that. So that's like roughly another 90 something. So like 220% or so. And then you also have this effect, deals 10% increased damage to each enemy per hit. So if that actually stacks 15 times, yeah, you have a lot of damage. You're probably looking at something like 300 plus weapon damage per attack. So that you can't really beat this with Razor Wings. I'm not sure if Razor Wings is really supposed to be like a functional build on its own. Yeah, I get free vulnerable, but that's not really a huge thing. 10% chance to begin a charge, double if you have a barrier, sure. Or we do like the spiral stuff. It would be interesting to try like a Razor Wings build where I just like have like insane cooldown. Then the charge comes back every 2.5 seconds. There is a Razor Wing chargers actually, like, and this kind of stacks up in a weird way, just like the other stuff. So 15 charges, it's kind of wild. And then you could do stuff like Prodigy's Tempo to kind of get charges back all the time. And there's definitely funny stuff you can do with this. But is it gonna be good? I don't know. And they spiral outwards. It used to throw 3 at once and spiral outwards. And now it's just like there's 1. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of fun. And I think late game you probably would actually want to do this here, but yeah, realistically you have to go for the charges. If you want to make like a real Razor Wings build, you have to go for poised Razor Wings. 10% chance, double if you have a barrier. So you try to get barriers somehow and then you have a 20% chance on hit. So even on single target you have 20% chances to get a charge back, which is not terrible when it's only a 2.5 second space cooldown. So let's say you have like relatively slow attack speed. Let's say you throw like, I don't know, 2 per second. So you have like 0.4 of a charge back in that time already. And then those two have like together 80% chance to get the charge back as well. Yeah, I think if you have like something like 1 temper with like the Razor Wing charges, then you would have a kind of like a consistency where you can just keep throwing them for a while and then they come back and they hit again. And then you combine this with the counter attack where they just like, you know, fly out again. And I think that could actually be a funny build. We should try to cook that actually. I think it could be cool to make a Razor Wings build. We might see change stuff in live version. Of course we'll see change stuff in live version. I mean, I know what will change already. For example, these Paragon nodes that have defensive nodes in the glyph radius. So we know that this is not going to be true. That's also why I'm not relying on that to stay that way. But I mean, it's much better to have like 20 builds pre-cooked instead of putting it on the stove like 2 days before launch, you know? Because I will be busy for the next 3 weeks doing exactly this. And I can't really fit 3 weeks into 3 days when they drop the patch notes. How about just freestyle it? Yeah, I'm not sure if like people that read my guides on Maxer would appreciate me just freestyling it. And I'm also not sure if I would win Race to World first if I freestyle it, so let's not. Although there will be probably quite some freestyling involved, just because of weird bugs and fixes and changes and RNG with the loot and so on. So we'll see. But freestyling is much easier when you know all the options at least. I want to try a Razor Wings build. Let's see what I can do. So I think the most important thing, we're going to do an endgame build again. I think the most important thing we want to add here is loss of cooldown, either from the boots, from the ring, or from the helm. The helm is out because we have to match. Actually, the helm is not out. Maybe the helm is in. While your spirit hall choices match, their bonuses are 100% more potent and skills with that base spirit. Okay, this helm's out. We can't do that. So this could be a harmony angle. Go Jaguar as always. And then we can do Gorilla or Centipede. Probably Gorilla. So we start here. Is Razorwing charges a resource? Yes. Okay. Did you hear Gorilla? Soon. Don't worry. Okay, the problem is here oh man, it's always that problem, man. When you do like a payback build or like a Razor Wings build or something like that, like there's nothing to spend points on here, man. That's horrible. What am I fucking gonna do? I don't need any of this vigor. I don't need this. This is actually really poorly done, I feel. If you don't have a basic or a core skill in your setup, then look at this. I need 6 points, man. I wonder if I want to do Ravager stuff. But most likely we do counter attack. We don't need vital strikes. So this might actually be a Prodigy's tempo angle. This doesn't really work. I mean, we can do a cursed touch on this, but we don't really want to. We don't need the healing, we don't need the vigor. That stance only gives us speed, and then the core. And this gives us lots of cooldown. How many ranks to Razor Wings can we get, and where? Chest? No. 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 Is it actually helm? Yikes. Okay. We have a problem. Kind of a huge problem here. So this doesn't really work out. There's not really any ranks to Razor Wings, I feel. So Prodigy's Temple kind of feels bad. I mean, okay. Get 20% of the cooldown back every third consecutive cast. I think that's actually an adaptive stances angle. So we just get a movement speed there most of the time, we get a 50% core stats. I mean 50% core stats is still nearly 50% damage. In fact, sometimes even more because of crit. Just need to like swap it sometimes. So we put like, for example this. Put the Rushing Claw there. Yeah, we don't want to have this on a bar. Good to Armored Hide. I don't really trust this build too much, to be honest. I think that has a high possibility of just like being clunky because of the cooldowns. And Prodigy's tempo helps a little bit with that, but not really enough. I mean, there is intricacy. Casting ultimate and the last potency is reset and can be cast after 3. I wonder what reset means. Is it just one charge or all charges? If it's all charges, that would be actually wild. But this actually helps us to just kind of cast it more. So we spam Razor Wings, cast an ult. So maybe we can make this happen with just the Seeker. So here's the big cooldown ring. Make some bigger. Nah, this is useless though, otherwise. This doesn't have cooldown, so we need the boots for the cooldown yet again. So this is 3 out of 3 builds that run the boots already. They're probably gonna get nerfed, right? And then we can do quarter stuff. What's this thing called? Redirected force. So something like this. Is there like a Razor Wing power? Oh, yeah, right. Other small missiles are also deflected back at the enemies and deal 48% of counterattacks based damage on impact. No, that's not what we want. There's also this here. Razor Wings is now an incarnate skill. You are unhindered. And you can increase movement speed per active Razor Wing. So this would like kind of instantly give us capped movement speed if you want to not run those boots. But then we need to run the ring. And I think that's kind of too much of a loss. This thing is a defensive power. Maybe it's not a harmony angle. I kind of expect this thing to get nerfed anyway, I gotta say, so maybe not. Also, if you want to do Mystic Circles. Casting a genre skill in Mystic Circles empowers them, keeping ferocity at maximum, increase your damage by 10% per stack. And here we get them to move with us. Like a hit chance on this Razor Wing is kind of low. What do we have for Razor Wing Tempers? Okay. Actually, I kind of forgot about the cast twice. So 88% cast twice. 10% chance to gain a charge when hitting an enemy. So this means on a single target. It's 37.6% chance to get a charge back. If they all hit. Which I guess they will most of the time. But not always. Maybe I get items and grant 2 ultimates or 2 keystones at once. That would be really fun, actually. I mean, there is like ways to cast 2 ultimates, like on Druid with Nature's Fury, or these days with the Petrify with the Rune. So yeah, I guess eventually we're also gonna get something like double Keystone. There could be cool stuff there. I agree. We can't do Starless Skies or something like that. We can't really do any of the other rings, can we? They're all like resource based, all these rings. Yeah. So none of those rings. So do 2 normal rings. Ugh. And this means we have to put, that's actually that's actually weird, but you have to put counterattack reflects incoming razor wings back out again. We have to put this on the neck, I guess. Maybe not necessarily. We can put this here. Okay, I mean, I can actually kind of get some offensive benefit out of it by putting the block thing here. 20% block chance per resolve. And this then gives us the redirected force buff. And then we have 3 more powers that we can put here. So this will probably be unyielding hits angle. I have to cast a gorilla skill. It only lasts 3 seconds. Not that easy. Spiritborn skins. I don't think there's any skins yet. At least nothing that... I'm not sure. Maybe you can buy some already in the shop. I kind of doubt it though, since the character's not available. Okay, what else do we do now? Maybe do the Mystic Circle stuff. I mean, we can do it actually, since you mostly worry about the boss damage. Maybe we're fine. Doing this. How do we gain ferocity actually? Six percent chance to gain 1 velocity when you crowd control an enemy. No. There's also this with the maximum ferocity. So here comes the interesting part. We could maybe go for the Hunter. We could get it down to like 10 seconds cooldown. Hunter overfills your ferocity by 4 stacks, consider deal 100% increased damage. So we could do this instead. Now you need 1 more point there. We don't want to do the consume thing. We're gonna do this. Kinda funny how I have 4 Jaguar skills on the bar. I guess we don't actually need this unsolvable thing, we can do this. Since we have perma unsolvable basically, and armored hide we can press all the time. I guess the only reason why this build will maybe work out is because those boots have insane cooldown. I mean, it's still Shaco that can give an insane cooldown, and then you still have to like stack a bunch more cooldown though. Because else you're just not gonna have the option to cast enough Razor Wings, I think. But I do have everything we need. And we still have 1 power we can put. There's 1 resolve when you dodge an attack. The potency skills consume 2 resolves with 55% increased damage. And this is a potency skill. So that's actually kind of an interesting combo here. But I don't think we want to do that. We don't really want to like lose our resolve. I think. But it's 35%. I wonder if we'd be better off not running Jaguars. Okay, actually, I have an idea. I should maybe flip the gorilla and the Jaguar hull. We get both tags anyway with the helm, but here we also get the barrier. We have unsolvable pretty reliably anyway, I think, so this is okay. And this gives us roughly double damage. But the gorilla on the primary will give us a lot more tankiness. And we get the ferocity here, easy peasy. Which otherwise I have to rely on with the hunter only. I'm not really any other way to get it. I mean, you can cast it like every 9 seconds or so. So maybe it's fine. We lose 1 ferocity every 4. And maybe fine actually. But I would really like to have the ferocity generation passively. So you have 9 stacks, you get 7%. Per stack is 63% damage. And then we get the Mystic Circle potency. Damage no longer has a duration, instead drains 5 vigor every second until depleted. Which is also kind of interesting, but they have so much cooldown, right? We don't really care. Yeah, we can basically keep it up permanently if you want. And let's realize it has minimum ferocity. So that's something at least. Is there any chance I'm gonna go for one of the unique weapons? There's no chance, okay. Although there is a chance I could go for a unique Glyph. Now that I think about it. It'll be hard to fit in though. Now we have to have this. Kinda need this to scale this. Yeah, I have to put like some random power here. Hey, Kieran. Yeah, we're actually stopping soon. I have some meetings. We have Maxwell meeting today and some other stuff as well I need to take care of. Man, it's tough. I'm not sure if we're gonna hit 100% crit chance actually. So maybe I actually gonna do this one here. Crit strike chance of Jaguar skills increased against the enemies by 11% for each 10% of the missing life. So this gives me on average something like 50% crit for like tough targets. That's actually maybe not bad. Maybe just go this one. Because otherwise I don't think we're gonna actually hit 100% crit. Or close to it even. Actually I can do other stuff here. Potent. Furnace. So 3% increased crit damage per stack of ferocity. We have 9 stacks. So this is 27. So it's 9% per point basically. It's pretty good actually. And Apex. Probably need armor on this though. So let's see. Where's this here? Grace of the Dead God. When you take direct damage, you instead receive 100% of it in the form of poisoning over 10 seconds. Based on your poison knife amount, the indirect damage has up to a 10% chance to inflict any touch of death and clear poisoning from you. Such a funny item. Which is also interesting because we can actually poison enemies without having a poison skill. But we have to take damage. Which I guess is not the hardest thing to do. But yeah, it doesn't have any offensive stats at all. We don't care about the skill ranks that we lose, but maybe a normal buff is still the way. Is there razor wing damage? No. What about potency? 87 potency damage, what the fuck? Okay. That seems horrible. I guess the best thing to do is probably something like crit damage, yeah. Bully damage. Core. Crit is 123, not that crazy. So we can just do eagle damage, maybe? Because I only care about razor wing damage here, right? Although, not necessarily. We have Ravager that does something. We have a bunch of stuff that actually does something, I guess. Nothing here is actually like a build-specific thing, or like a skill-specific thing, besides maybe the counter-attack reflex. Okay. So actually we should do Jaguar damage. All skills are now also Jaguar skills. So I can do that. Ravager on kill duration extension. do we just take a random stun? I think this is compared to some of the other stuff, I'm like, man, I'm not really sure what to take. If I want to try some of the Razor Wings, I feel like there's not really enough stuff to really make a proper combo out of it. It's like, it feels a bit scuffed compared to the other builds I was making. I feel like I kind of always end up here with the same resolve stacks, I guess. Evade is now sore. Now we should... Next hit against the enemy struck by Soar is guaranteed critical strike. Okay. Soar makes you unstoppable for 4 seconds, so I should actually get this stuff here. And it's unrestrained. I need 3 points. I'm not sure where we'll take those. Also, we have first movement speed. It's like 170 movement speed. And then 200 when we soar. Yeah, we kind of want to soar here. Back. That's kind of interesting. Does this count as a cooldown? Charge cooldown. I wonder if it counts. I mean, say cast the skill of a cooldown. Should probably work, right? Then you would do like Warcry, for example. And then here. We could also do power from another class. For example. And do decrep. And then we do Warcry here. Warcry also gives us speed, which is kind of nice. Let me do this. Thanks. Life. Get a greater life. Probably Vuln in that case. Jaguar damage. I think this could be a very funny build, actually. We could almost just include a Rake. Do like a Rake, a Razor Wings combo or something. I have to spectate and I have nothing to do with it, unfortunately. Could put another point there. Then I just need 3 more points. We have a Rake on the bar, easy club. Maybe I'll consider that. Maybe Quill Molly. I think I would move away from the Razor Wings setup then that they want to try to make here. But it's like something very late game. You need like this insane cooldown and everything to actually get to this point where this even works, I feel. So I wonder how realistic this is. Chance is 55. Something like that. Are we getting PTR to play Spiritborn? Nope. No, we don't. It's gonna be fun. Just play it, guys. That's a lot of Razor Wing charges, by the way. Maybe kind of overkill. It's like an in-game R&D build. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how well this will work, actually. And then the idea would be to go Paragons and we take the Colossal Glyph for the resolve stacking. Although it only works with close enemies, and then maybe not actually. But the secondary effect is already kind of strong, so maybe. And then probably Spirit. And then probably Hone. And then probably the... I mean, Kenny is always an option, I guess, for anything that's not Gorilla, which is nice. You always have at least that Glyph. There's this here, Eagle. This also works pretty well. There's actually a lot of good glyphs here, I'd say. Don't really need Headhunter, I think. Yeah, I feel like this glyph was probably designed before they made like maximum resolve stack tempers. This seems like it should be... maybe it should just stay 1% increased damage per stack or something, I don't know. And we need the visual. This is the Mystic Circles. 41% increased Mystic Circle potency. Kinda cracked. Playing a class without unique amulet is a real nightmare. How many builds have you played that uses unique amulets? Wait a minute. I mean, in the future it's way easier to get good amulets though, because there's generally more useful passes for many builds, I guess. And also, there's the main stat thing. The main stat is kind of like the best in slot anyway, for like anyone. And it's a fairly common role. And there's also stuff like armor, for example. So yeah, it's not too bad, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna continue this tomorrow, guys. I need to go. I have stuff to do. Is Crown of Lucian dead in Season 6? I think so. I don't think they fixed the Crown of Lucian bugs, so I think that's not really gonna be used for anyone. Alright, I'll do more tomorrow. I need to work on stuff. I guess I can send you over to Condes or something for a while. You also have to join me later in the meeting, but not now. So enjoy, guys. I'll see you.